fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. And then you would get more and more adventurous. And you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now.
I'll be right here, nice and close so I can speak without alerting the others.
Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice was a sleeper hit for Ninja Theory back in 2017. And even if you missed it the first time around, you probably didn't miss the trailer they recently dropped for its follow-up, Senua's Saga. It was hard to miss. Senua's Sacrifice, which serves as a sort of extended prologue to this larger story, was short and decidedly not sweet. It tells the tale of a hero's journey into the depths of Helheim itself to defy the gods of Valhalla in the name of a lost love, and with the unlikely assistance of a decapitated head. No, I don't mean Kratos. Whereas the Ghost of Sparta may arguably suffer from acute rageaholism, Senua is a much more grounded and tempered character. In fact, the designers employed 5 mental health consultants to render the story, resulting in a humane and nuanced take on mental illness that may well be the most realistic depiction of schizophrenia and psychosis ever presented in video game form. Eternal Darkness, eat your heart out. Not to mention, it made for an intense, moody action-adventure game that earned the praise of critics and players alike. So just in time for Senua's Saga, here's the story of Hellblade so far. Senua's lot is a hard one. She struggles with thoughts and behaviors that today would be diagnosable and treatable by a psychiatrist or counselor. Things like the Furies, the tangible voices in her head that follow her and pester her with bullying comments throughout the game. But as someone living in the 8th century, Senua's psychoses have inevitably become blended with her people's religions, rituals, and superstitions. She's deeply misunderstood by those around her, branded as cursed, a haver of second sight, and a mystic to be feared. She is Celtic, a Pict, and a warrior hailing from Orkney. But as her story begins, Senua is very far from home indeed. She's come to Helheim, the Norse underworld, to fight for the lost soul of her lover Dillion. Dillion, horribly slaughtered by raiding Norsemen, was the sole figure in her life that showed her only understanding and refused to reflect her self-loathing back to her. Flashbacks to his rational, even way of helping Senua persevere through emotional episodes are some of the only bright spots in the game's narrative, and it explains her absolutely unwavering need to recapture his soul from Hela, goddess of the realm of the dead, even if it costs her her own. Such is Senua's sacrifice. Although the title has a second, even darker meaning, since it was upon returning home to find Dillion blood-eagled by ravaging Vikings as a sacrifice to their own gods, that Senua lost everything, inherited her quest, and became convinced that Dillion's soul was being held for eternal ransom in their strange underworld Helheim, lorded over by a very real foreign goddess. With Dillion's head in a bag at her side, and occasionally speaking to him, her own furies, even the player themselves, Senua navigates Helheim, battling otherworldly creatures and frequently her own darkness and delusions. Instead of a linear story, we experience the universe through Senua's unique eyes, as visions, memories, and reality flow into one another in a disorienting shuffle. From the vantage of a modern-day clinician, Senua could simply be hiking through the wilderness, talking to herself, seeing things that aren't there, and struggling with her own inner demons. But to Senua, and to us, she is plumbing the depths of hell to battle darkness incarnate and slay the gods of her enemies. Her unique sight allows her to dispel illusions, unseal runic doors, even fix fallen bridges, all the while fighting the darkness that symbolizes her worst self, and which creeps further up her arm towards her head each time she falls in battle. Her Virgil-like guide through Helheim is the spirit of a man named Druth, who lives on either as memories of the stories he told her, a literal ghost, or both, depending on your interpretation. Druth regales us with epic Norse myths like Balder and the Mistletoe, although a decidedly different Balder than Kratos encountered.
He was beautiful, good and wise. He gave fair judgments.
Sigurd's slaying of Fafnir the dragon, the prophecy of Ragnarok, when the universe will burn and the gods themselves pass away, and of course, the legend of the Hellblade itself, Grimir, a blade capable of slaying the gods. Senua's sinuous path into Helheim leads her first through the domains of the fire giant Surt and master of illusions, Valravn. Senua dispatches them both in order to open Helheim's gate, but is struck down by Hela almost immediately upon their first encounter, left swordless and, eventually, Dillionless, as his head tumbles into a pit and disappears far below. Aided by her voices and visions, Senua comes upon the Hellblade embedded in the heart of a tree, and Druth's legends compel her to complete 3 heroic trials in order to reforge it. At the same time, Senua's memories and delusions gradually invite us into her tragic backstory. Her mother Galena was similarly touched by second sight, or suffered from hereditary psychoses, and Senua's devout and truly terrifying father Zindel eventually declared Galena cursed by the gods and burned her alive. Witnessing the murder at age 5 and being abused by her father and treated as an outcast by the townspeople only deepened Senua's darkness. Her sometimes erratic behavior caused the whole community to view her as bad luck, and when a plague swept through the village, her father was more than willing to blame her and convince others to do the same. That was when Senua decided to flee to the woods, a self-imposed 1-year exile in a valiant attempt to wrestle with her furies in solitude, hopefully returning to home and her love Dillion with the darkness at bay. But it was upon her return from seclusion that she found Dillion dead, and during this time that she first crossed paths with Druth, an escaped Norseman slave who'd used his knowledge and ability to translate between Norse and Celt to lead the Vikings to villages to plunder under penalty of torture. Likewise, scarred by his own guilt, Druth takes a liking to Senua, and we can assume that the many stories she carries in her head are a gift of their time together. But not all voices are a gift. Terrorized by her own self-loathing, the stigma her people assigned her, the torture of her mother, the trauma of an abusive father, and the constant confusion sown by her own inner furies, Senua slogs on through Helheim, descending into lakes of blood, navigating pitch-black caverns, cutting down dozens of enemies, and ultimately killing the nameless beast that guards hell and looks kind of like the scare bear from Annihilation. Senua finally comes face to burned mom face with Hela, ready to battle, die, even trade her own soul if it will free Dillion's, Hellblade in hand and fully ready to rock. If you unlocked the game's bonus cutscene, she also learned that her monstrous father Zindel secretly sold out the picked people, trading safe passage among the Norsemen for the location of their village. It was this betrayal, and Druth's torture-induced help, that truly killed Dillion, just as he murdered her mother, just as he tortured Senua all her life by blaming the fruits of his own evil on her. Zindel basically sucks, you guys. A horde of the dead rise up, swarming Senua, and a hopeless battle ensues that the player literally cannot win. You and Senua and Druth and the Furies are all one, and you hack and slash, and Hela's also kind of your mom, who Senua has to learn to forgive in order to forgive herself, and you suddenly realize you are literally playing a metaphor for confronting your own inner demons and the arduous process of healing from trauma, but like as a mythical zombie sword fight, and this game kicks ass! And then you die. As promised, the poison that's been seeping up Senua's arm and representing her mental anguish reaches her head just as she prepares to draw her final breath. But instead of dying, Senua realizes a moment of loss, of letting go, which is itself a kind of death. She admits to herself that Dillion is truly gone and beyond her reach. If Zindel was wrong to blame her, to hate her, and to call her cursed by the gods, if his gods were false, then so are their hells, and so is her bargain with the Lord of Hell. She surrenders her quest, and in that moment, she and Hela reverse roles. She drops Dillion's head into the water and emerges with a new sense of clarity from her ordeal. Dillion is dead, but their love was real, and Senua's mind may fight her and may be fraught with perils, but it is no curse. She knows now that she was blessed with a warrior's strength, a hero's heart, and the sight and determination to topple gods and banish shadows. Rising from the ground, symbolically resurrecting from the dead, Senua strikes a very temporary truce with the voices in her head and bids the player goodbye, while a lingering fury assures us that this is just the beginning. For more news and updates on Hellblade 2: Senua's Saga, keep it tuned to IGN.
Follow us. We have another story to tell.
My name is Raz, and today is my first official day on the job. We're on a mission.
Rasputin?
I'm on him. Looking for me? No. No. Mia, the mission is falling apart. We've lost control of Roboto.
I put the old egg in the box in the basket in the basket. No, I won't tell. I won't tell anyone. I promise. No, please.
After a rocky start this generation, Microsoft was eventually able to turn the Xbox One into a great console, and services like Game Pass offer up incredible value to gamers. But the Xbox One does remain far behind the PlayStation 4 in terms of units sold, so Microsoft had to come out early and come out swinging with its plans for the next generation of Xbox. That has given us a fairly steady stream of news, announcements, and spec reveals. Here is everything we know about the Xbox Series X. The Xbox Series X will be released this holiday season 2020. We're still waiting on an exact release date, but Microsoft feels confident it will be able to hit that target window despite current events. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty and talk specs. The Xbox Series X will have 12 teraflops of GPU power, which will consist of a custom AMD Radeon RNDA Navi GPU and will hold GDDR6 RAM for memory. It will support a native 4K resolution and will ultimately be able to go up to 8K, likely with upscaling. The Series X will also support up to 120 frames per second. Microsoft plans to use a custom AMD Zen 2 CPU chip with an 8-core processor and will support variable rate shading and hardware-accelerated DirectX ray tracing. Due to all that processing power, it will support a quick resume function for multiple games simultaneously, letting you instantly switch back and forth between several games right where you left off in each of them. The Xbox Series X comes equipped with a 4K Blu-ray optical drive and a Type-A USB port on the front. In terms of storage, we know that the Xbox Series X will offer a 1TB NVMe solid-state drive to drastically increase the speed at which games and other applications can be loaded. Here's a really cool feature: Series X will support backwards compatibility across every generation of Xbox, all the way back to the original Xbox games. As for new games, Series X and PC exclusive games include Halo Infinite, Senua Saga Hellblade 2, Scorn, The Ascent, and The Medium. Microsoft has introduced a smart delivery feature, which lets users who have purchased certain titles on Xbox One play them on Xbox Series X at no additional cost. Games we currently know will utilize smart delivery include Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Cyberpunk 2077, Dirt 5, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. Other third-party studios confirmed to be working on Xbox Series X games include Crystal Dynamics, Activision Blizzard, Bandai Namco, Crytek, Epic Games, From Software, Konami, Sega, and Playdead. And what will you use to control all those games? The Xbox Series X comes with an updated version of the standard Xbox controller. The most notable updates to the controller are the new share button and the revised D-pad. The controller's size and shape are said to be refined to accommodate an even wider range of people. Xbox One controllers are also compatible with the Xbox Series X. And that is everything we currently know about the Xbox Series X. But as we inch ever closer to its holiday 2020 release window, we're sure to learn a lot more. Stay tuned to IGN for all your Xbox updates.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. And then you would get more and more adventurous. And you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now. Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. And then you would get more and more adventurous. And you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now.
After a rocky start this generation, Microsoft was eventually able to turn the Xbox One into a great console, and services like Game Pass offer up incredible value to gamers. But the Xbox One does remain far behind the PlayStation 4 in terms of units sold, so Microsoft had to come out early and come out swinging with its plans for the next generation of Xbox. That has given us a fairly steady stream of news, announcements, and spec reveals. Here is everything we know about the Xbox Series X. The Xbox Series X will be released this holiday season 2020. We're still waiting on an exact release date, but Microsoft feels confident it will be able to hit that target window despite current events. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty and talk specs. The Xbox Series X will have 12 teraflops of GPU power, which will consist of a custom AMD Radeon RNDA Navi GPU and will hold GDDR6 RAM for memory. It will support a native 4K resolution and will ultimately be able to go up to 8K, likely with upscaling. The Series X will also support up to 120 frames per second. Microsoft plans to use a custom AMD Zen 2 CPU chip with an 8-core processor and will support variable rate shading and hardware-accelerated DirectX ray tracing. Due to all that processing power, it will support a quick resume function for multiple games simultaneously, letting you instantly switch back and forth between several games right where you left off in each of them. The Xbox Series X comes equipped with a 4K Blu-ray optical drive and a Type-A USB port on the front. In terms of storage, we know that the Xbox Series X will offer a 1TB NVMe solid-state drive to drastically increase the speed at which games and other applications can be loaded. Here's a really cool feature: Series X will support backwards compatibility across every generation of Xbox, all the way back to the original Xbox games. As for new games, Series X and PC exclusive games include Halo Infinite, Senua Saga Hellblade 2, Scorn, The Ascent, and The Medium. Microsoft has introduced a smart delivery feature, which lets users who have purchased certain titles on Xbox One play them on Xbox Series X at no additional cost. Games we currently know will utilize smart delivery include Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Cyberpunk 2077, Dirt 5, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. Other third-party studios confirmed to be working on Xbox Series X games include Crystal Dynamics, Activision Blizzard, Bandai Namco, Crytek, Epic Games, From Software, Konami, Sega, and Playdead. And what will you use to control all those games? The Xbox Series X comes with an updated version of the standard Xbox controller. The most notable updates to the controller are the new share button and the revised D-pad. The controller's size and shape are said to be refined to accommodate an even wider range of people. Xbox One controllers are also compatible with the Xbox Series X. And that is everything we currently know about the Xbox Series X. But as we inch ever closer to its holiday 2020 release window, we're sure to learn a lot more. Stay tuned to IGN for all your Xbox updates.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. And then you would get more and more adventurous. And you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now.
I'll be right here, nice and close so I can speak without alerting the others.
Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice was a sleeper hit for Ninja Theory back in 2017. And even if you missed it the first time around, you probably didn't miss the trailer they recently dropped for its follow-up, Senua's Saga. It was hard to miss. Senua's Sacrifice, which serves as a sort of extended prologue to this larger story, was short and decidedly not sweet. It tells the tale of a hero's journey into the depths of Helheim itself to defy the gods of Valhalla in the name of a lost love, and with the unlikely assistance of a decapitated head. No, I don't mean Kratos. Whereas the Ghost of Sparta may arguably suffer from acute rageaholism, Senua is a much more grounded and tempered character. In fact, the designers employed 5 mental health consultants to render the story, resulting in a humane and nuanced take on mental illness that may well be the most realistic depiction of schizophrenia and psychosis ever presented in video game form. Eternal Darkness, eat your heart out. Not to mention, it made for an intense, moody action-adventure game that earned the praise of critics and players alike. So just in time for Senua's Saga, here's the story of Hellblade so far. Senua's lot is a hard one. She struggles with thoughts and behaviors that today would be diagnosable and treatable by a psychiatrist or counselor. Things like the Furies, the tangible voices in her head that follow her and pester her with bullying comments throughout the game. But as someone living in the 8th century, Senua's psychoses have inevitably become blended with her people's religions, rituals, and superstitions. She's deeply misunderstood by those around her, branded as cursed, a haver of second sight, and a mystic to be feared. She is Celtic, a Pict, and a warrior hailing from Orkney. But as her story begins, Senua is very far from home indeed. She's come to Helheim, the Norse underworld, to fight for the lost soul of her lover Dillion. Dillion, horribly slaughtered by raiding Norsemen, was the sole figure in her life that showed her only understanding and refused to reflect her self-loathing back to her. Flashbacks to his rational, even way of helping Senua persevere through emotional episodes are some of the only bright spots in the game's narrative, and it explains her absolutely unwavering need to recapture his soul from Hela, goddess of the realm of the dead, even if it costs her her own. Such is Senua's sacrifice. Although the title has a second, even darker meaning, since it was upon returning home to find Dillion blood-eagled by ravaging Vikings as a sacrifice to their own gods, that Senua lost everything, inherited her quest, and became convinced that Dillion's soul was being held for eternal ransom in their strange underworld Helheim, lorded over by a very real foreign goddess. With Dillion's head in a bag at her side, and occasionally speaking to him, her own furies, even the player themselves, Senua navigates Helheim, battling otherworldly creatures and frequently her own darkness and delusions. Instead of a linear story, we experience the universe through Senua's unique eyes, as visions, memories, and reality flow into one another in a disorienting shuffle. From the vantage of a modern-day clinician, Senua could simply be hiking through the wilderness, talking to herself, seeing things that aren't there, and struggling with her own inner demons. But to Senua, and to us, she is plumbing the depths of hell to battle darkness incarnate and slay the gods of her enemies. Her unique sight allows her to dispel illusions, unseal runic doors, even fix fallen bridges, all the while fighting the darkness that symbolizes her worst self, and which creeps further up her arm towards her head each time she falls in battle. Her Virgil-like guide through Helheim is the spirit of a man named Druth, who lives on either as memories of the stories he told her, a literal ghost, or both, depending on your interpretation. Druth regales us with epic Norse myths like Balder and the Mistletoe, although a decidedly different Balder than Kratos encountered.
He was beautiful, good and wise. He gave fair judgments.
Sigurd's slaying of Fafnir the dragon, the prophecy of Ragnarok, when the universe will burn and the gods themselves pass away, and of course, the legend of the Hellblade itself, Gremir, a blade capable of slaying the gods. Senua's sinuous path into Helheim leads her first through the domains of the fire giant Surt and Master of Illusions, Valravn. Senua dispatches them both in order to open Helheim's gate, but is struck down by Hela almost immediately upon their first encounter, left swordless and, eventually, Dillionless, as his head tumbles into a pit and disappears far below. Aided by her voices and visions, Senua comes upon the Hellblade embedded in the heart of a tree, and Druth's legends compel her to complete 3 heroic trials in order to reforge it. At the same time, Senua's memories and delusions gradually invite us into her tragic backstory. Her mother Galena was similarly touched by second sight, or suffered from hereditary psychoses, and Senua's devout and truly terrifying father Zindel eventually declared Galena cursed by the gods and burned her alive. Witnessing the murder at age 5 and being abused by her father and treated as an outcast by the townspeople only deepened Senua's darkness. Her sometimes erratic behavior caused the whole community to view her as bad luck, and when a plague swept through the village, her father was more than willing to blame her and convince others to do the same. That was when Senua decided to flee to the woods, a self-imposed 1-year exile in a valiant attempt to wrestle with her furies in solitude, hopefully returning to home and her love Dillion with the darkness at bay. But it was upon her return from seclusion that she found Dillion dead, and during this time that she first crossed paths with Druth, an escaped Norseman slave who'd used his knowledge and ability to translate between Norse and Celt to lead the Vikings to villages to plunder under penalty of torture. Likewise, scarred by his own guilt, Druth takes a liking to Senua, and we can assume that the many stories she carries in her head are a gift of their time together. But not all voices are a gift. Terrorized by her own self-loathing, the stigma her people assigned her, the torture of her mother, the trauma of an abusive father, and the constant confusion sown by her own inner furies, Senua slogs on through Helheim. descending into lakes of blood, navigating pitch-black caverns, cutting down dozens of enemies, and ultimately killing the nameless beast that guards hell and looks kind of like the Scare Bear from Annihilation. Senua finally comes face to burned mom face with Hela, ready to battle, die, even trade her own soul if it will free Dillion's, Hellblade in hand and fully ready to rock. If you unlocked the game's bonus cutscene, she also learned that her monstrous father Zindel secretly sold out the picked people, trading safe passage among the Norsemen for the location of their village. It was this betrayal, and Druth's torture-induced help, that truly killed Dillion, just as he murdered her mother, just as he tortured Senua all her life by blaming the fruits of his own evil on her. Zindel basically sucks, you guys. A horde of the dead rise up, swarming Senua, and a hopeless battle ensues that the player literally cannot win. You and Senua and Druth and the Furies are all one, and you hack and slash, and Hela's also kind of your mom, who Senua has to learn to forgive in order to forgive herself, and you suddenly realize you are literally playing a metaphor for confronting your own inner demons and the arduous process of healing from trauma, but like as a mythical zombie sword fight, and this game kicks ass! And then you die. As promised, the poison that's been seeping up Senua's arm and representing her mental anguish reaches her head just as she prepares to draw her final breath. But instead of dying, Senua realizes a moment of loss, of letting go, which is itself a kind of death. She admits to herself that Dillion is truly gone and beyond her reach. If Zindel was wrong to blame her, to hate her, and to call her cursed by the gods, if his gods were false, then so are their hells, and so is her bargain with the Lord of Hell. She surrenders her quest, and in that moment, she and Hela reverse roles. She drops Dillion's head into the water and emerges with a new sense of clarity from her ordeal. Dillion is dead, but their love was real, and Senua's mind may fight her and may be fraught with perils, but it is no curse. She knows now that she was blessed with a warrior's strength, a hero's heart, and the sight and determination to topple gods and banish shadows. Rising from the ground, symbolically resurrecting from the dead, Senua strikes a very temporary truce with the voices in her head and bids the player goodbye, while a lingering fury assures us that this is just the beginning. For more news and updates on Hellblade 2: Senua's Saga, keep it tuned to IGN.
Follow us. We have another story to tell.
My name is Raz, and today is my first official day on the job. We're on a mission.
Rasputin?
I'm on him. Looking for me? No. Mia, the mission is falling apart. We've lost control of Lobato.
I put the old egg in the box in the basket in the basket. No, I won't tell. I won't tell anyone. I promise. No, please.
After a rocky start this generation, Microsoft was eventually able to turn the Xbox One into a great console, and services like Game Pass offer up incredible value to gamers. But the Xbox One does remain far behind the PlayStation 4 in terms of units sold, so Microsoft had to come out early and come out swinging with its plans for the next generation of Xbox. That has given us a fairly steady stream of news, announcements, and spec reveals. Here is everything we know about the Xbox Series X. The Xbox Series X will be released this holiday season 2020. We're still waiting on an exact release date, but Microsoft feels confident it will be able to hit that target window despite current events. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty and talk specs. The Xbox Series X will have 12 teraflops of GPU power, which will consist of a custom AMD Radeon RNDA Navi GPU and will hold GDDR6 RAM for memory. It will support a native 4K resolution and will ultimately be able to go up to 8K, likely with upscaling. The Series X will also support up to 120 frames per second. Microsoft plans to use a custom AMD Zen 2 CPU chip with an 8-core processor and will support variable rate shading and hardware-accelerated DirectX ray tracing. Due to all that processing power, it will support a quick resume function for multiple games simultaneously, letting you instantly switch back and forth between several games right where you left off in each of them. The Xbox Series X comes equipped with a 4K Blu-ray optical drive and a Type-A USB port on the front. In terms of storage, we know that the Xbox Series X will offer a 1TB NVMe solid-state drive to drastically increase the speed at which games and other applications can be loaded. Here's a really cool feature: Series X will support backwards compatibility across every generation of Xbox, all the way back to the original Xbox games. As for new games, Series X and PC exclusive games include Halo Infinite, Senua Saga Hellblade 2, Scorn, The Ascent, and The Medium. Microsoft has introduced a smart delivery feature, which lets users who have purchased certain titles on Xbox One play them on Xbox Series X at no additional cost. Games we currently know will utilize smart delivery include Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Cyberpunk 2077, Dirt 5, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. Other third-party studios confirmed to be working on Xbox Series X games include Crystal Dynamics, Activision Blizzard, Bandai Namco, Crytek, Epic Games, From Software, Konami, Sega, and Playdead. And what will you use to control all those games? The Xbox Series X comes with an updated version of the standard Xbox controller. The most notable updates to the controller are the new share button and the revised D-pad. The controller's size and shape are said to be refined to accommodate an even wider range of people. Xbox One controllers are also compatible with the Xbox Series X. And that is everything we currently know about the Xbox Series X. But as we inch ever closer to its holiday 2020 release window, we're sure to learn a lot more. Stay tuned to IGN for all your Xbox updates.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. And then you would get more and more adventurous. And you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now. Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. And then you would get more and more adventurous. And you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now.
After a rocky start this generation, Microsoft was eventually able to turn the Xbox One into a great console, and services like Game Pass offer up incredible value to gamers. But the Xbox One does remain far behind the PlayStation 4 in terms of units sold, so Microsoft had to come out early and come out swinging with its plans for the next generation of Xbox. That has given us a fairly steady stream of news, announcements, and spec reveals. Here is everything we know about the Xbox Series X. The Xbox Series X will be released this holiday season 2020. We're still waiting on an exact release date, but Microsoft feels confident it will be able to hit that target window despite current events. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty and talk specs. The Xbox Series X will have 12 teraflops of GPU power, which will consist of a custom AMD Radeon RNDA Navi GPU and will hold GDDR6 RAM for memory. It will support a native 4K resolution and will ultimately be able to go up to 8K, likely with upscaling. The Series X will also support up to 120 frames per second. Microsoft plans to use a custom AMD Zen 2 CPU chip with an 8-core processor and will support variable rate shading and hardware-accelerated DirectX ray tracing. Due to all that processing power, it will support a quick resume function for multiple games simultaneously, letting you instantly switch back and forth between several games right where you left off in each of them. The Xbox Series X comes equipped with a 4K Blu-ray optical drive and a Type-A USB port on the front. In terms of storage, we know that the Xbox Series X will offer a 1TB NVMe solid-state drive to drastically increase the speed at which games and other applications can be loaded. Here's a really cool feature: Series X will support backwards compatibility across every generation of Xbox, all the way back to the original Xbox games. As for new games, Series X and PC exclusive games include Halo Infinite, Senua Saga Hellblade 2, Scorn, The Ascent, and The Medium. Microsoft has introduced a smart delivery feature, which lets users who have purchased certain titles on Xbox One play them on Xbox Series X at no additional cost. Games we currently know will utilize smart delivery include Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Cyberpunk 2077, Dirt 5, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. Other third-party studios confirmed to be working on Xbox Series X games include Crystal Dynamics, Activision Blizzard, Bandai Namco, Crytek, Epic Games, From Software, Konami, Sega, and Playdead. And what will you use to control all those games? The Xbox Series X comes with an updated version of the standard Xbox controller. The most notable updates to the controller are the new share button and the revised D-pad. The controller's size and shape are said to be refined to accommodate an even wider range of people. Xbox One controllers are also compatible with the Xbox Series X. And that is everything we currently know about the Xbox Series X. But as we inch ever closer to its holiday 2020 release window, we're sure to learn a lot more. Stay tuned to IGN for all your Xbox updates.
Achievement unlocked, and your reward is a parade of freshly streamed Xbox Series X first-party gaming awesomeness. We already know we'll be getting a look at Halo Infinite, plus new games from landmark developers like Double Fine, Ninja Theory, and Obsidian. But only time will tell what other surprises Xbox has in store, so make sure you catch every instant of the Xbox Games Showcase, plus a special post-show featuring our experts from Unlocked, IGN's Xbox podcast, and special guest Paris Lilly of Gamertag Radio. It's all right here on IGN, and it all starts right now.
A cheap and unlocked, and your reward is a parade of freshly streamed Xbox Series X first-party gaming awesomeness. We already know we'll be getting a look at Halo Infinite, plus new games from landmark developers like Double Fine, Ninja Theory, and Obsidian. But only time will tell what other surprises Xbox has in store, so make sure you catch every instant of the Xbox Games Showcase, plus a special post-show featuring our experts from Unlocked, IGN's Xbox podcast, and special guest Paris Lilly of Gamertag Radio. It's all right here on IGN, and it all starts right now.
What's happening, friends? I'm Ryan McCaffrey. Welcome to our Xbox Unlocked pre-show for the Xbox Game Showcase. We've been waiting for this day for a very long time, Xbox friends, and it has arrived. This is our big day. Now, in addition to everything that Microsoft is about to show us at the top of the next hour, we're also in the middle of Comic-Con at home. It's 5 solid days of panels, interviews, and the latest on your biggest movies, shows, comics, and collectibles. But today, right now, we are here to catch you up on everything you need to know heading into the Xbox Showcase at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. We're expecting to see a whole lot of game reveals, including, of course, the campaign reveal for Halo Infinite. Also, we're going to be breaking everything down for you right after the show ends. So stick with us. Just stay right here on IGN. Do not move. You're glued to your chair. It is time to go. Now, helping me to navigate through everything today is the Unlock panel, plus a special guest. So we've got Destin Legary behind the scenes. So on camera with me, we've got Miranda Sanchez, Brandon Tyrell, and our friend from Gamertag Radio, welcoming him back from our Night City Wire live stream, Cyberpunk 2077 expert, but also Xbox superfan, Paris Lilly. Hello, my friends.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So early. It's so exciting.
Not on the East Coast, Miranda. That's that West Coast bias talking. We have got so much to get to. So we're here with you for an hour. There are going to be some reveals before the actual event gets kicked off. We're going to cover those later in the show. We've got a Halo recap for you coming up because it's been 5 years since Halo 5. There's a lot of ground to cover in the Halo stories, so stay with us. We're going to get to that. But I want to start right here with something that we've been talking a lot on Podcast Unlocked, but also, Paris, I know you brought this up on Twitter. In fact, I want to start with you here.
Sure.
I am of the opinion, I know it's hyperbolic, but I really am of the opinion that this is the single most important event thus far in Xbox's entire almost 20-year history. Paris, and I think you feel the same way I do here.
Oh, absolutely, I do. I think this event that we're getting today, it's been a culmination of things the past few years with Xbox building up their services. Obviously, all the studio acquisitions that they've had, and then you look at a game like Halo Infinite, we're finally going to get to see it today. I just think this is the coming out party for Xbox, and it's extremely important that this shows well for them because this sets the template for them going into the next generation. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to show.
Miranda, how about you? Are you with Paris and I on the most important ever train?
I do agree that it is a very, very important show for the next generation. Obviously, we know, as Paris touched on, that Microsoft has really built a great ecosystem of features around the Xbox over these past few years. Like, you look at Game Pass, it is such an incredible deal. It's such a great service to have. And you look at something that they're building now, which is xCloud. Then, of course, you have forward compatibility with accessories and so many more things. And that's all really great for people and for consumers. However, you got to have the games that appeal to everyone. Everyone knows that Microsoft has Halo. We know that they have Gears. We know that they have Forza. But what else do they have? I think that this is the showcase where they have to say, hey, look, here's what else we're bringing to you. Here's what we're doing with some of our other studios. And here's why you should be excited for the next generation of Xbox.
Brandon Tyrell, weigh in on this, my friend. What do you think?
Yeah, no surprise. I agree with everybody. Well, I don't know if it's the most important show that Xbox has ever done. This is definitely going to be the launch pad for next generation. Microsoft has spent the last 5 years sort of playing from behind, playing catch up. They've already answered the question, what? The Xbox Series X, a new generation of consoles. We'll get more information about that later on this year, about price and release date. What this show needs to answer is the question is why? Why should you be interested in getting into this ecosystem? The infrastructure is there now. The ecosystem is there now. The services, Microsoft has, arguably the better suite of services. So what this show needs to answer is, why should I buy the next generation of consoles, or why should I get into that ecosystem on PC? And the only answer to that question is games, like Miranda said.
Yeah, and you touched on something that I think is important to mention right here at the top for everybody watching. Aaron Greenberg from Xbox has tried to be clear about this on Twitter, but just, not everybody follows everybody on Twitter. It is important to set a little bit of an expectation for today. This is going to be all games. We are not going to be getting a price. We are not going to be getting a release date. But hopefully by the end of it, we'll be able to piece together something of a launch lineup, because we're in late July. This thing's due in several months, so hopefully we'll have a better idea of exactly what we're going to be able to play on day one. Now, I'm with all you guys. I mean, to me, I do think this is the most important show Xbox has ever done because of the historical context. We all know the story's been well told about the launch disaster that was the Xbox One. But as you guys have pointed out, Microsoft has taken steps to solve all of those deficiencies. I mean, they've got better hardware, quieter hardware, more powerful hardware now than the competition in the form of the Xbox One X. The Series X itself is a tremendous, beautiful design, very bold, very different. I mean, the PlayStation's design is bold and different too, but Microsoft's really doubled down on having a smaller console with that's very quiet. They were very clear about this thing's going to be real quiet. But the last piece of that puzzle is games. You guys touched on it. I mean, they've got the services, as Brandon was talking about. Game Pass, again, we're going to look back on Game Pass and it's going to be, wait, how did we never not have this? But the first party exclusive games are really the last piece of the puzzle. And I'm hoping that today goes a long way towards answering that concern about first party games. All right. Well, we need to take a quick break here, but stick with us. We've got so much more pre-show left for you. When we get back, we'll be digging into what we expect to see this morning on the Xbox Game Showcase. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa!
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on youtube.com/IGN and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to the Unlocked pre-show for today's Xbox Game Showcase. The big event is less than an hour away, but we've still got some time. We've got plenty to talk through in the meantime. Now let's have some fun. Let's talk about what we think we're going to see. We're going to get to some more fantastical hopes and dreams later on in the broadcast, but for now, what do we really think is going to happen at this event? I want to start with Miranda. I know you've got some picks near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, so one thing that I really expect to see is I think we're going to see a new project from Double Fine in addition to new details about Psychonauts 2. I feel like this could be a smaller project. I think that team is super well suited to doing a very condensed, focused sort of adventure game. I love their adventure games. I think pairing them up and saying hey, Game Pass is this fantastic platform to really experience all these different kinds of things. And I think it just makes it such a great place for, hey, we're going to do this maybe several hour long adventure game alongside other big projects we have going on. And I would love to see them utilize it like that. So I think because they have kind of been a focal point in these studios are going to be at our Xbox Game Showcase, I think by putting that focus kind of signals to me that maybe Double Fine has something in addition to Psychonauts 2. And I also think we will see at least one cat, because this year is apparently just the year of the cat, which I am
Link's the Time Sweeper?
Very down for. That would be awesome.
Well, I hope you're right on Double Fine. I've got a hope and dream about that. We'll talk about later. For now, I want to go to Paris. Paris, what do you expect to see at the Xbox Game Showcase this morning?
So a game that I think people haven't really been talking about the last few months is Everwild from Rare. That showed at XO19, I believe.
Yes.
And it looks fascinating to me. We really don't know a lot about it. So I'm really hoping to expect it has its coming out party today as well. So we really get a deep dive on some information. Another game that people aren't talking about necessarily is Forza. It's been 3 years since Turn 10 has had their version of Forza out. So I would assume this would be Forza 8 that could potentially show today. So really looking forward to that. Obviously, potentially with the power of the Series X and it being on PC, ray tracing, 60 frames plus 4K, obviously, I would expect new car manufacturer partners being announced, things like that. So very excited for Forza. And then just think about the backwards compatibility initiative that Xbox has been building the past few years. So what I would expect a game like Gears 5 potentially to be a showcase to show what backwards compatibility can do on the Series X, not to mention going all the way back to the original Xbox. I take a game like Crimson Skies. Imagine that coming back 4K, 120 frames, potentially HDR, etc. So really looking forward to seeing that being displayed at this event today as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that's Forza. They took a year off, which Forza hasn't done in over a decade. So it does seem, and Forza Motorsport 5 launched with the Xbox One. So it's always nice to have a car game to launch alongside your console. So we'll see if Forza finally turns up. Brandon Tyrell, what say you, my friend? What do you expect to see?
So I'm going to double down on sort of the thought process that this is the show that is needed to convince people why you have to get into the Microsoft walled garden. And with that, I think that we are going to see a tease from Microsoft's quote, quadruple A studio, the initiative down there out of Santa Monica. I don't think it's going to be a full gameplay reveal. I think we'll probably get something akin to maybe a Metroid Prime kind of tease from several years ago at E3 where we see a logo. I think that's probably best case. I think it's more likely that they do another sizzle piece talking about what the studio's up to, the pedigree involved in it, and get us excited for the future of the Series X after the launch window. I also think this is going to be another great day for Game Pass. Frankly, Microsoft is leading the industry with this. And as you said earlier, it's insane that we never had this before. Everyone's been talking about the Netflix for games for a decade now. And Game Pass is really the first one that's delivered on that promise. So I really do expect to see a lot of Game Pass announcements, a lot of inclusion in it as far as Microsoft's commitment to its audience. And then, as a dark horse, I'm going to say we're going to get a Battletoads release date today. How's that?
Oh, yeah, that we haven't heard from that one in a while.
It's been quiet, yeah.
That would be good. That would be good. I know you're a big Hellblade guy, too.
I am quite a Hellblade fan, yeah. I did the review for IGN. Love the series. I think we'll probably see something. I imagine alongside Halo Infinite, that's really the Microsoft series that's, I think, closest to that sort of mainstream third-party cinematic action game that is all the rage these days. I would be surprised if we didn't see something about Hellblade. I just don't know if it'll be gameplay or not, but I'm looking forward to learning as much about that series as possible. Hopefully today starts that.
Confirmed to be an Unreal Engine 5 game, Hellblade 2, so that should be interesting. Now, as for me, I have to... You guys kindly took all the good. You were nice. You left me Halo. So yes, we know we're gonna see Halo gameplay, the campaign reveal. We've been waiting for it for so long. Is it open world? What is it? How is it different? Those questions will almost certainly be answered this morning. It's really just a question of not if, but when. Is it going to open the show or close the show? I mean, those are really the two options when it comes to Halo. I mean, that initial teaser tonally suggested that maybe this is going to be kind of an open world thing. So we'll get the answer to that, I hope, today. And then, I think Paris touched on Everwild. It seems like it is time for a proper gameplay reveal of Everwild to really see what's going on with that game. I'll throw out one other quick dark horse, too. A favorite studio of mine and a longtime Xbox partner, Remedy, going back to Alan Wake and Quantum Break, and most recently there was Control that was multi-platform. Also, IGN's 2019 Game of the Year, by the way, a tremendous game if you haven't played it. Their other team, they're doing a single-player campaign for Crossfire X, the Xbox exclusive multiplayer shooter. That's I got to play the beta fairly recently, and it's kind of Counter-Strikey. It's pretty fun, but Remedy's doing the campaign. I want to see that. Like, what's that all about? We'll see if we see that sometime in the next hour and a half or so as well. All right, the Xbox Game Showcase is fast approaching. We got to take another quick break, but when we come back, we are going to take a longer look, and it is there's a lot to chew on, a longer look at Halo's story so far. Don't go anywhere.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports. Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex. And take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa! The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back, Halo Infinite. Yes, I'm so happy today's finally the day we get to see Halo. It has been a long time since we've gotten a proper new Halo game, a mainline one. 5 years, in fact. And the story's gone through quite a few twists and turns over the years. So, in case some of the details have faded from your mind, I know I could use a refresher myself. We thought it was a good time to catch you up on everything that's been going on in the Halo universe to get you prepped for Halo Infinite. So take a look at this.
Halo has a rich and expansive storyline that's only getting longer, and we've arbitrarily decided to cram it all into 5 minutes, so we'd better get started. 5 minutes? Oh, God. All right, here we go. 100,000 years ago, humanity spanned the Milky Way galaxy, but there was a problem. An insidious parasitic life form known as the Flood spread to so many species so rapidly it was looking like they'd soon be the only players on the board. While retreating from the Flood, humanity encountered a planet occupied by Forerunners, a species led by a dude called the Didact and his wife, the Librarian. The Didact knows humanity, and he's not a fan. In fact, he finds them unworthy to receive the mantle of responsibility, which is a traditional role in the galaxy where advanced species look out for lesser ones. The Didact and Forerunners stole the mantle from an even older alien race called the Precursors by wiping them out. Hypocrites much? Anyway, there's a big war between the Forerunners and humans, who are both also being assaulted by the Flood, and the humans lose. The Forerunners de-evolve them and revert them back to caveman times as punishment, seeding an obscure planet called Earth with the human survivors of the war. But they still have the Flood to deal with. The Didact's plan are these fake planets called shield worlds, and an army of warriors called Prometheans made of the consciousnesses of Forerunner warriors implanted into synthetic bodies by a device called a composer. He gets outvoted though, and the Forerunners instead build an array of super weapons floating in space designed to wipe out all life in the galaxy at any time if need be in order to stem the tide of the Flood. These weapons are giant terraformed rings in space called halos, collectively known as the Halo Array. The Didact goes rogue when he's ordered to dismantle the shield worlds, steals the composer, and heads to Earth, intending to compose all the remaining humans to swell the ranks of his robot army. Incidentally, being a robot makes you immune to the Flood's parasitism, so he kind of has a point on that front. The Forerunners foil the plan with the help of the Librarian, who sells out her husband, believing archival of every species in the galaxy is the way to go. Instead, read the Flood. The Didact is imprisoned on one of his own shield worlds called Requiem, along with his loyal Prometheans. Not sure why you'd bury Hitler with an army of loyal Nazi soldiers right next to him should he ever awaken, but okay. Meanwhile, the Flood continues to evolve and grow more intelligent, and the Forerunners build an AI named Mendicant Bias to help strategize against them. MB immediately decides to test the Halo Array by wiping out all life on one random planet, Alderaan style, which doesn't bode well. Indeed, a Flood Gravemind, which are the things that represent the combined consciousnesses of millions of Flood, reaches out telepathically or technopathically to Mendicant and convinces it to turn evil. That means the Forerunners are up against the Flood and their own AI war machine, which renders the war essentially hopeless. As a last-ditch effort, the Forerunners build Installation 00, aka the Lesser Ark, which both stores the DNA of a bunch of species and pumps out new halos. It sits just outside the galaxy, so that even if the Halo Array is fired and the Flood finally ended, the life stored there will survive. You know, like Noah's Ark. Although how Forerunners named their thing after something from our Bible long before the Bible was ever written, I don't know, but okay. The Ark constructs 7 halos, dubbed the Final Array. The Forerunners trigger it, etch-a-sketching the galaxy clean of life, then teleport clones of each species back to suitable planets to begin again. Humanity's portal opens on Africa, and Halo's history finally starts to match up with the actual history of humans on Earth. This is us. This is the line of humans we come from. Okay, so 2,500 years later, humanity has once again become a spacefaring species, not knowing that this is like the second or third time they've done that. While the Forerunner civilization lies forgotten and in almost complete ruin. Humanity, thinking itself alone in the galaxy, has its own problems. Colonies on the outer edges of human space feel oppressed by the older core worlds, and a civil war is well underway. Dr. Catherine Halsey of the UNSC forms the Spartan II Project, a military operation that kidnapped a bunch of kids, replaced them with clones IRL so their parents wouldn't miss them, then subjected them to brutal experiments to turn them into hulking super soldiers. Originally intended to crush the rebels / fight terrorism depending on how you view things, the Spartans later became much more important once we made First Contact. And this time, First Contact would be with a race comprised of many races, all bundled together into a galactic army with nefarious goals and plenty of weaponry. This union of evil aliens calls itself the Covenant, and it's the Covenant invasion of a world called Harvest that sets all the events of the Halo series in motion. That's right. We just got to the content of one of the Halo games, specifically Halo Wars 1. This was all prologue, and I said it as fast as I could, and we're 4 minutes in. This is so okay, pushing forward. Halo Wars. So Covenant ships come and use plasma cannons to kill everything on Harvest and melt the soil into glass. It sucks. It turns out they targeted that particular planet because they lust for powerful Forerunner technology and artifacts, and a particularly juicy one lies buried on Harvest. It's a map, leading to the locations of dozens of other, also powerful Forerunner artifacts. The Covenant starts sweeping through the galaxy seeking these, wiping out any humans who happen to be on planets that they want to dig up. One human ship, the Spirit of Fire, under the command of Captain James Cutter, follows the Covenant fleet to a world called Acadia. While investigating Forerunner architecture there, Professor Ellen Anders is kidnapped by the Covenant and forced to activate a Forerunner dreadnought. That's because Forerunner tech, which they swiped from the precursors, is designed so that humans can activate it but Covenant can't, since humans were the ones the precursors had intended to take over the mantle of responsibility. That's why you'll often hear humans referred to as reclaimers in the series. They're the ones who are supposed to reclaim the mantle. The Spirit of Fire shows up, Anders escapes, and there's a showdown on a shield world. The humans discover Flood infesting the world, so they detonate their own slip space drive to destroy the planet. This decimates the Covenant and prevents them from activating the shield world, which would have wiped out humanity. But without their hyperdrive, the SOF will take thousands of years to get back to friendly space, so the crew all freeze themselves and are considered lost in action. Most of humanity remains unaware of the Flood until a little later during the events of Halo Reach. In that one, the Galactic Civil War has advanced a pace, and now there's a Spartan 3 program. 3s are smaller knockoffs of Spartan 2s and aren't created by kidnapping kids. Nice! A squad comprised of some 3s and a 2 called Noble Team are sent to the planet Reach in 2552 to stop what they think is an insurrectionist plot, but which turns out to be yet another Covenant invasion of human worlds. Noble Team rescues Dr. Halsey, mother of the Spartan program, and fight to defend the planet, but soon realize the cause is lost. Halsey sends them to the ship Pillar of Autumn, along with a fragment of an advanced AI named Cortana. One of the Spartan 3s, June, escorts Cortana and the Doctor safely off planet while the rest of Noble Team dies in action. Sad. Halo Combat Evolved was the first Halo game ever released, and its story falls neatly into this spot right here. Fleeing the Covenant on Reach, the Pillar of Autumn makes a blind slip space jump and winds up near one of the Halo rings, known as Installation 04. Captain Key decides to activate a legendary Spartan 2 by the name of John 117, or Master Chief. Master Chief is ordered to protect the Cortana AI and flees from the Covenant as the Pillar of Autumn crash lands, ending up on the terraformed surface of the Halo ring world. Cortana leads John to the Halo's control room, where he uses the consoles there to try and locate Captain Key. Instead, he runs into the Flood, who have taken over most of the POA's crew. The Flood were held in captivity aboard the Halo, but the Covenant unleashed them by poking around. See, a bunch of the Covenant think that the Halos are religious artifacts and that they can transcend to paradise by activating them. Cortana and Master Chief then run into 343 Guilty Spark, a little sentient floating robot thingy that monitors the Halo installation. 343 tells them that the only way to wipe out the Flood on the Halo is to activate it, and helps them recover the activation index they need to do so. Right before pulling the ripcord on the Halo, Cortana discovers its true power, however, specifically that it'll wipe out all life in a 25,000 light-year radius. That's a big radius. Cortana sends Chief to detonate the Pillar of Autumn's fusion reactor instead, much to Guilty Spark's chagrin. The Chief finds Captain Key, who's been absorbed by the Flood and is midway through being turned into a grave mine, rips out his neural implant, and uses it to blow up the drive. As the Halo disintegrates like some donut Death Star, Master Chief and Cortana fly into the sunset, or space set, whatever. In Halo 2, Master Chief's well-deserved medal ceremony aboard a near-Earth space station is interrupted by Covenant forces, who appear out of slip space and seem to be surprised to find humans occupying Earth. John 117 helps lead a counter-assault, ultimately forcing the Covenant flagship led by the Prophet of Regret, a Covenant hierarch, to flee by going into slip space right on top of the city of New Mombasa, leveling it. Aboard a ship called the In Amber Clad, and under the command of Captain Key's daughter Miranda Keys, Master Chief and crew chase after, finding themselves popping out right next to another Halo. It turns out the Prophet of Regret intends to activate the ring to wipe humans off of Earth, so Master Chief fights his way onto the Halo to the Prophet and punches him to death. Bet he's got one more regret now. Just then, a flying Covenant capital city called High Charity appears and starts to blast the Halo with plasma cannons. On board the city ship, a whole other storyline is playing out. See, when a member of the Covenant is disgraced, they are sometimes given the title of Arbiter and sent on important suicide missions to redeem themselves. Think of them as the Covenant Spartans. The Arbiter we care about, called the Arbiter, accepts his new title and is sent to wipe out the Heretics, a Covenant splinter group that broke off when they discovered the truth about the Halo rings, namely that they aren't portals to heaven, but rather death loops of destruction. The Arbiter, who does believe in the religious nature of the Halos, at least for now, runs into Guilty Spark while defeating the Heretics. 343GS to the Arbiter is a great oracle and seer of religious truths. Just as 343 is about to disabuse the Arbiter of this notion, a Covenant brute commander appears and captures the little bot. That wraps up that mission, so the Arbiter returns to High Charity, only to find that the political climate has changed dramatically since the Prophet of Regret got punched to death. The Sangheili, the Covenant race of which the Arbiter is one, have been dethroned as the official guards of the Hierarch class and have been replaced by brutes of the same sort that captured 343. The Arbiter stays on as Arbiter, however, and is sent on a new mission, recovering the activation index for this latest Halo ring. He heads to the library where the key resides and captures Captain Keys to boot. That's 2 captured keys for those keeping track at home. Before the Arbiter can take possession, he gets ambushed by the same brute from before named Tartarus, who has in fact been ordered by the Hierarch to take him out and complete the dethronement of the Sangheili. Tartarus tosses the Arbiter into a hell pit, which in Greek mythology is also called a Tartarus, which is confusing, and he's caught by a full-grown flood gravemind. At this point, the Arbiter's story intersects with Master Chief's, since Chief has also been captured by the same gravemind. The flood convinces Master Chief and the Arbiter to work together, since all 3 of them want to keep the Covenant from activating the Halo. The gravemind teleports our bad boys right to the Halo control room, where Tartarus is about to use the Index and Captain Key to activate the ring. The Arbiter kills Tartarus and they stop the Halo from firing, at least this time. But what's that? Unintended consequences. 343 Guilty Spark explains that aborting the firing triggered a system standby mode that allows all the rings in the Halo array to be fired remotely should they need to be from Installation 00, the Lesser Arc. That means even though this Halo isn't going to fire right now, the cosmic football has been fumbled and is live, and if the Covenant can leap onto the Arc before humanity does, they can really burn the galaxy down in a hurry. In the midst of all this madness, Master Chief also infiltrates High Charity, discovers a plot by the Prophet of Truth to attack Earth yet again, and makes the tough decision to give chase and save the world, even though it means leaving the Halo and putting the whole galaxy at risk. He leaves Cortana behind with explicit orders to detonate the In Amber Clad, since that's the only way we seem to have figured out to blow up a Halo. He uses a fancy gravity catapult to shoot himself toward the Forerunner Dreadnought the Covenant have been using as their flagship, and plans to commandeer it back to Earth. Meanwhile, the High Charity itself has been evacuated by the Covenant and completely taken over by the Flood Gravemind, who keeps Cortana captive in the systems of the ship. Okay, Halo 3. Woof. So, Master Chief plummets into Earth's atmosphere, yeah? And he gets found by the Arbiter and Sergeant Johnson, his pals from Halo 2, right? Well, they find out that the Prophet of Truth returned to Earth in order to find a portal to the Lesser Arc that the Forerunners placed under New Mombasa. He plans to go through it and activate the entire Halo array at once, which it turns out is why the Covenant came to Earth in the first place. A battle ensues, but the Prophet and some of his forces are able to slip through the portal, just as a flood-infested ship crash lands with a message from Cortana urging Master Chief to head to the Ark post-haste. The UNSC fleet, plus 343 Guilty Spark, who has nothing better to do, all head through the slipspace portal and arrive at Installation 00 with the Flood hot on their heels and in pursuit of the Covenant. The Flood, arriving aboard High Charity, quickly infests the Ark, which is good because otherwise you wouldn't have had as much stuff to shoot at during the game. The Prophet of Truth captures Johnson and uses him as a human key, activating the Halo array. But before it can fire, the Chief and Arbiter strike yet another uneasy truce with the Flood, fight their way to the Prophet of Truth, and choke him to death. Mixing it up. Choking. It's the new punching. Master Chief deactivates the array, saving the galaxy, and the Flood immediately turn on him because, in case you forgot, they're evil. 343, Master Chief, and the Arbiter all escape and discover the nature of the Ark on their way out the door. Realizing that the Ark generates Halos and that it's currently in the middle of producing a new Halo to replace the one destroyed at the end of Halo Combat Evolved, they form a new plan to activate the Halo while it's still way out here, near the Ark but away from the rest of the galaxy. This would kill all the Flood aboard the Ark but leave the galaxy unscathed. Solid plan. They save Cortana from High Charity, blowing it up and killing the Gravemind. Everyone evacuates the Ark except Master Chief Johnson, the Arbiter, Cortana, and 343. Guilty Spark wants them to wait until the Halo is complete before firing it, fearing it will shake apart and destroy itself if triggered too early. But Guilty Spartan Master Chief has different ideas, wanting to fire ASAP since the Flood Gravemind is already beginning to rebuild itself. 343 kills Sergeant Johnson for trying to activate the Halo early. Chief flips out and blows up 343's current shell and activates the ring. As predicted, the ring wipes out the Flood but also shakes itself apart, forcing Chief to dramatically flee to the ship Forward Unto Dawn. As the FUD disappears through a slipstream portal, the portal closes, cutting the ship in half, with the Arbiter back in Earth space and the Chief and Cortana adrift in uncharted waters. The Chief puts himself into cryosleep and awaits rescue. 2 years later, Halo 4 kicks off with Dr. Halsey being tried for her crimes. Remember, she kidnapped those children and made them super soldiers? Well, Cortana finally awakens the Chief because their ship has been boarded inhabited by Covenant. John and Cortana soon discover that the Forward Unto Dawn has drifted into Covenant space near the Shield World Requiem, where the Didact has been imprisoned this whole time. A Covenant faction calling themselves the Remnants are attempting to awaken him. Upon scanning Chief and realizing he's a human reclaimer and therefore capable of making the tech work, the Shield World automatically opens a big hole in its surface and sucks everyone in, destroying the Forward Unto Dawn. John 117 awakens on the inside surface of the Inside Out planet. It's like a Halo, but rounder. To make matters worse, Cortana starts acting weird and explains that AIs undergo an aging process called rampancy. They don't age and die, but they eventually become corrupted and essentially go crazy, which has begun in her case. Ouch. To save Cortana, Chief is dead set on getting out of the Shield World and back to Dr. Halsey, who he believes can help. Chief fights his way through the remnants and the Didact's leftover Prometheans, finally reaching the Cartographer, a mapping system that reveals there's another UNSC ship nearby, the Infinity. It flew through the hole in the Shield World and seems like their ticket out of here. Cortana and Chief attempt to warn the Infinity of the dangers, but can't make contact, and instead encounter a strange hovering metal object when they physically track down the signal they thought was the ship. Turns out, it's the Didact's jail cell, which then opens, releasing the ancient asshole and giving Halo 4 its main antagonist. The Didact quickly overpowers Master Chief and declares the return of Forerunner primacy in the galaxy. We'll see how that works out. After some more laser fights, Chief makes his way through Covenant and Promethean alike to arrive at the real Infinity, where he meets a Spartan 4 called Palmer and the ship's commanding officer, Captain Del Rio. The new game plan is to destroy the gravity well at the heart of the Shield World, allowing the Infinity to jump away. Just then, John has a vision of the Librarian, the Didact's wife who betrayed him back in the day when he first went power mad. She explains the whole history of the Forerunners from the beginning of this video. That is, chronologically, this is when the player learned all the stuff about the Forerunners. Neat! The Librarian explains that now that he's awake, the Didact's plan will certainly be to grow the ranks of the Prometheans by using a composer to trap the souls of all the humans in the galaxy. You know, that classic jam. She also does some whooshy magic that makes Master Chief immune to being composed. Double neat! Captain Del Rio notices that Cortana's showing signs of rampancy and orders her handed over for reformatting or whatever, which the Chief doesn't cotton to. Instead, he steals Cortana and a Pelican ship and goes rogue on a quest to slay the Didact. He follows the Didact's ship through a portal to Ivanov's station, where a composer resides. The Didact immediately uses said composer to turn the whole crew of the station into ashes, then speeds toward Earth, planning to burn us or make us into evil robots, with Master Chief hot on his trail. The Didact composes the entire population of New Phoenix, which is a city, before rapidly going rampant. Cortana helps Master Chief fight his way to the Didact's inner sanctum, where he dispatches the Didact with a well-placed Forerunner pulse grenade. The Chief then manually detonates a nuke to destroy the composer, and Cortana teleports him away from the blast and into near-Earth space, where he gets picked up by the Infinity. Sadly, Cortana, also bids her old friend goodbye and fades away to parts unknown. Ultimately, the UNSC blames the Covenant Remnant faction for New Phoenix, rather than the Didact, who seems to vanish. After a long time apart, Master Chief is finally reunited with his original squad, Blue Team, and they're sent on a mission to discover the origins of the Composer, since it's such a threat. They ultimately discover the Composer's Forge, an installation that makes composers much like the Ark makes halos. And guess who's there, turning the crank and pumping out composers? That's right, our old disavowed pal, the Didact. Chief kills him again, for real this time, and Blue Team destroy all the composers and the Forge. But forget Halo 4. Halo 4 is gone now. Halo 5 Guardians starts in the year 2558, and Covenant attacks have only gotten worse since the Prometheans have rejoined the fight. A team of shiny new Spartan 4s, Fireteam Osiris, are sent to kill Jewel Madama, leader of a Covenant splinter group that have occupied a planet called Kamchatka, and host Dr. Halsey, who fled to avoid the outcome of her trial from the last game. They take back the planet, kill Jewel, and recapture Halsey, who warns of a much graver threat on the horizon and tries to leverage that intel to make a deal. While on the mission, Osiris also witnessed something disturbing: Covenant seemingly losing control of their Promethean Forerunner foot soldiers. At the same time, Blue Team and Master Chief are off fighting Covenant in another part of space when John 117 suddenly receives a cryptic mental message from Cortana: Meridian is next. So, once again against orders and doing what his rampant AI girlfriend tells him to, Master Chief goes rogue, this time taking Blue Team with him, and they all head to the planet Meridian. Guardian. Fireteam Osiris, armed with immobilization devices, are sent after them. This leads to a confrontation in which Chief fistfights Locke, the leader of Osiris, and flips it on him, immobilizing him with one of his own immobilizers. Blue team presses on. Ultimately, they discover the existence of yet another killer Forerunner tech, Guardians, giant neon Evangelion-looking angel robots designed to fly around policing the galaxy with their super weapons. The first Guardian emerges on Genesis, a planet with a connection to the Domain, which is the mysterious plane from which Cortana is operating. She claims that the Forerunners have cured her rampancy, but that's arguable because the new plan is to take control of the Guardians herself. See, she thinks she'll do a better job of guarding humanity than, well, humanity. Classic Cortana move. Fireteam Osiris travel to Sanghelios, a Covenant homeworld, and help the Arbiter put down remnant forces there in exchange for his help catching up to Blue Team. To do so, they hitch a ride aboard a Guardian, which carries them to the staging area on Genesis. Once there, Osiris encounter another Forerunner monitor, 031 Exuberant Witness, who's in the process of being remolded and just generally pushed around by Cortana. Not happy about that, 031 aids Osiris in reaching Blue Team, hoping they'll eventually kick Cortana out of Exuberant Witness's systems. The teams meet again, and Locke explains that Cortana is attempting to usurp the mantle of responsibility for herself. The Chief tries to talk her down, but she refuses, immobilizes Blue Team, and attempts to kidnap them. Fireteam Osiris recover Blue Team and return control of Genesis to Exuberant Witness, forcing Cortana to flee aboard another Guardian. AI across the galaxy suddenly start to pledge their allegiance to Cortana, but one AI, the control AI aboard the ship Infinity named Roland, remains loyal and makes an emergency slip space jump in order to escape her widening sphere of influence, because it's not a Halo game if it doesn't end with an emergency slip space jump that sets up the next game. This game ends with Blue Team and Fireteam Osiris meeting up again on Sanghelios, along with the Arbiter, Palmer the Spartan 4, and everyone's favorite walking moral gray area, Dr. Catherine Halsey. Technically speaking, the events of Halo Wars 2 come a little later in 2859. After 28 years drifting in space, the Spirit of Fire, remember the original ship with Captain Cutter and Alan Anders aboard, finally awakens. Upon doing so, they realize they've been forcibly transported to right near the Lesser Ark, Old Installation 00. An aggressive Covenant faction called the Banished have occupied the Ark, and SOF forces begin a surface campaign against them while simultaneously trying to find a way to contact the UNSC. They finally realize that the Ark is currently mid-build on a replacement Halo. The new ring, called Installation 09, will inevitably teleport back to known space once it's complete, so the humans decide to hitch a ride when the time comes. In order to do so, they make their way to the control room aboard Halo 9 and disarm its weapon systems right before it jumps. Anders is left behind, and some of the Spirit of Fire's crew, but most are able to evacuate onto the ring in time. Unfortunately, rather than completing their ride back home, the ring is yanked out of slip space mid-jump by a Guardian. And that is the Halo story so far. As for the upcoming Halo Infinite, assuming it carries the same story forward, we've got to assume that pesky Guardian is under Cortana's control, and that Master Chief's attempts to cure her rampancy and prevent her from stealing the mantle will make up the main thrust of Infinite's story. That said, there are bound to be plenty of surprises along the way, and now you're properly primed for each and every one. Good hunting, Chief.
Well, I am sure that I speak for the whole panel when I say I am very, very, very excited to see what 343 has cooked up for us in Halo Infinite. The Xbox Game Showcase is just a few minutes away. We're going to take one more quick break here, but when we come back, we've got the fresh reveal, some pre-reveal games, some appetizers for you to talk about. We'll have those trailers coming up right after this.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa!
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on youtube.com/IGN and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Welcome back. We've gotten a few reveals so far this morning ahead of the Xbox Game Showcase at the top of the hour. So let's take a look at one of the trailers now. This is the one I think we like the best so far amongst our group. Take a look at Echo Generation. So that is Echo Generation, described as a turn-based adventure game about a gang of kids investigating supernatural occurrences in their small town. Complete quests, battle monsters, and level up your party to save your hometown from danger in a heroic tale of childhood adventures. Miranda, you were practically giddy watching that.
Yeah, it looks really cool. I love just really unique adventure games. Paris, you said this while we were watching that, but it's got those Stranger Things vibes for sure. And I actually really enjoyed that show a whole lot. So anything that has like some sort of mystery to it, and of course, like that turn-based action look good. And extra, of course, there's a cat that's on your party. And my prediction already came true. There's already a cat. It's great.
Paris, what say you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Looks like a ton of fun, and like Miranda said, it has that Stranger Things / kind of 80s Goonies vibe to it. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm in. I would love to play this when it comes out.
Even the soundtrack had kind of that 80s synth thing going on. Brandon, what did you make of that thing?
Yeah, the soundtrack is the first thing that jumped out to me. It has that nice, like, sort of mystery synth, we'll call it. And the art style as well. Normally, I'm not a huge fan of, like, the blocky sort of aesthetic that you find in voxel games. But for some reason, it works here for me. I think it's like a faux blocky look. But like everyone else said, I mean, it looks like fun. Mysteries and monsters and right up my alley.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. The art style, number one, I love unique art styles. It's like there's so many different ways a game can look, and man, that is a cool vibe that they've got going on with the art direction. And yeah, even if it's definitely got a Stranger Things hint to it, I'm all about unique adventure games. So that was a highlight. Now, probably the other coolest new one that we've seen so far. It's a game called Exo Mecha, a brand new free-to-play online competitive first-person shooter let's take a look at that trailer. All right, it is takes place on Omeka, Exomecha, I get it. A new and untouched planet with exotic environments offers you a breathtaking gaming experience with its flexible playing style, mechs, unique gadgets and abilities, and boss battles. It is an immersive experience with team-based large-scale battles, a unique battle royale game mode, and an objective-based game mode. So, Brandon Tyrell, I know you were thinking Dinobots along with
at first I was like, oh, cool. It kind of looks like Crysis. Oh, it kind of looks like Titanfall. Oh, it's Transformers. So there seems to be a bunch of different layers. I mean, it's gorgeous, right? It looks really, really pretty. So that one could be interesting. The fact that it's free to play, I think, is a boon in this day and age of service games. So we'll see. What I hope is it's like 64 players versus 64 players, and you just have an army of mechanized dragons fighting each other. We'll have to see how it shakes out.
Paris, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it stands out in the way with its style, this kind of almost, and I'm dating myself, this Shogun Warriors-esque Transformers kind of look to it. And the fact that it's free to play, hey, it doesn't hurt to try. So I'm interested in it. I when it comes out in 2021, I would definitely like to check it out and see if it kind of scratches that itch, you know?
Yeah, that beginning part of the trailer gave me big time Halo 1 vibes. Just to hear first person on a beach, running down a beach with like the ships going on overhead. So we'll see. That could be interesting. We also got a look at Dragon. I did that earlier too, off air. Now I'm doing it on air, which is great. Dragon Quest XI-S Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition. Getting a 80 to 100 hour JRPG launching straight into Game Pass on December 4th. So that's a pretty cool get. That's adding quite a bit of value to your subscription. And then new trailer for Watch Dogs Legion as well. Remember, that's another big fall game. So we are less than 10 minutes away or so now from the Xbox Game Showcase. We're going to take one last break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at what we hope to see, our hopes and dreams for this thing. So it's all getting close. Stay tuned.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa!
All right, we've talked about what we expect to see. We got caught up on Halo's storyline. Now let's have a little fun. I mean, this is the big Xbox event of the year thus far. What do we hope to see? What are some of the bigger, maybe more pipe dreamy things? I want to start with Miranda Sanchez.
Okay, so I have this goofy one that I will never be sorry for saying, but I want a new Fusion Frenzy. Take a look at the original, bring it back. Where they're trying to evoke so many original Xbox feels with the Series X, give me Future Frenzy. I want it so bad. I'd also like to see new IPs, which I think is something you see us talk about a lot, because of course we want new games, we want new things to love for Xbox exclusively. Brandon, you mentioned this earlier, but I am hoping we see a tease from the initiative. I actually don't think it's going to happen, but that's like a thing that that would be really cool. I think we talk about it on Unlocked all the time about how we feel like they're still hiring for a lot of key roles, and they're probably nowhere near ready, but it would be very cool to see that. And my final, very pipe dream, this would be cool, is a tease from anything from Respawn. We know that they're pretty much spinning up a team exclusively for Apex to work on that, and that they have room for other projects, and I want to know what they're doing because I love that team.
Love it. Paris, what say you, sir?
So I'm going to play it slightly safe, and I'm going to say it's been 15 years. I need Joanna Dark in my life. I need Perfect Dark to return. I don't care who's making it. Just show me Joanna Dark, and that'll make me very happy. And beyond that, new IPs. I mean, I think that's the main thing going into next gen I want to see. We know the established, all the old things we want to return, but let's get some new and unique things that we have absolutely no idea about. I would love to see that happen today.
Brandon, how about you, my friend?
Wow, man, I hate to beat the drum, but I'm with Miranda and Paris. I think the most important, the thing I hope to see the most is new IP. I totally agree with Miranda about the initiatives thing. I think they're still well under development. I would love to see them creating something unique. I know the rumors of Perfect Dark exist for a reason, but man, I would love to see just that kind of caliber bring something new to the table. Also from Obsidian, we know they have a number of teams. What are they working on? I also really hope we see gameplay from Hellblade 2. I know I already talked about Hellblade 2. I can't help it. Love that. Love the first game. I hope to love the series. And then finally, the thing that might be a pipe dream, but I really want to see Elden Ring from Bandai Namco.
Oh, you're not alone.
They revealed it on the Xbox showcase last year. I think, perfect time to continue that loving relationship and show us exactly what is coming from that team and that game in particular. That's what I hope we get out of today.
Well, I'm gonna just play the more Xbox fanboy card, because while I don't disagree with any of you guys on new IPs, and yes, Xbox does need that new invigoration of IP. I mean, look what Sony did. They took some of their established studios. Guerrilla was doing Killzone games for an entire generation, and then boom, they made a new IP, Horizon Zero Dawn, huge hit. Everybody loves it. But on the other hand, for Microsoft, they are sitting on a treasure trove of really great beloved IPs. So I'm going to say that I do want Perfect Dark as opposed to a new thing from the initiative. So I really want to see Perfect Dark come back as a narrative-driven, almost a Metal Gear type, sort of a more serious, cinematic, third-person action stealth game. I think that could be a great way to recast Perfect Dark as a more just serious, mature game that can really sit atop the Xbox pyramid along with Halo and Gears and Forza. And then thinking a little more fantastically, the most recent studio acquisition for Xbox is Double Fine. Miranda has talked about them a good bit with Psychonauts 2. So of the old IPs, it's cool to see Rare doing new stuff with Sea of Thieves and Everwild, but Rare has a lot of really cool things in their catalog that Microsoft hasn't really done anything with. So I would like to see Tim Schafer and Double Fine be handed the keys to Banjo for Banjo 3E. That is my pipe dream for this event as we count down here in the last 30 seconds. So it is going to be an excellent showcase. We've been told to expect that it's about an hour. So again, stick with us for the hour. You're already in the right place right here at IGN. And immediately after, we'll come right back and do a 1-hour live post-show with this same panel where we're going to talk through and analyze the Halo gameplay and everything we just saw. So for Paris, Miranda, and Brandon, I'm Ryan McCaffrey. This has been the Unlocked pre-show. Let's watch the Xbox showcase.
Exosuit is now complete. Even though this technology will save humanity in the war to come, I must remind myself, liquid crystal cannot rise on its own. Titanium alloy cannot prevail in the face of extinction. Armor cannot hope. It all means nothing until you step inside.
Already? I must be. I mean, this is a punishment, right? Yep, this is death. No! No! No, 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 no! This isn't happening. I'm going to have to make an emergency landing. Hold on, shit.
even listening?
I count 3 anti-aircraft cannons.
3 what?
You'll be safe here.
Oh, I'll be safe. Safe? I haven't been safe since I found you. I found you, remember? You were out there on your own, and you'd still be out there if it wasn't for me. I thought I was going home.
There won't be a home if we don't stop the Banished.
You keep saying that. We're outgunned, outnumbered. I know I saw condors over there. I'm going to dig through them and find one with the working sleep space drive. And when you're done with this war, we'll get away from here. Far away.
Wait here.
Oh, please. Let me see what I can find.
Cannons first. When I get back, we can look. Together.
Okay, big guy.
The UNSC lost this war months ago. Your people are broken, scattered, hunted, defeated by me. I wish I could tell you it was difficult, but it wasn't. We are one step ahead, always. The ring is already under our control. Soon, the auditorium as well. The Harbinger and the Banished share the same goal. We fight together to honor the will of Atriarchs. But without challenge, I grew weary, lost, alone. But here you now stand. This is my last fight. A true test of legends. Our story will outlive us both. Set a fire in your heart, Spartan. Bare your fangs. Fight hard. Die well.
We hope you enjoyed your first look at Halo Infinite's campaign. I'm incredibly proud of the team at 343, and we're thrilled to share a hint of the epic battles that await you on the next chapter of Master Chief's journey. This is the most ambitious campaign we've ever created at 343. For the first time, players will have the freedom to explore a mysterious new Halo ring that's several times larger than our last two Halo games combined. Halo Infinite has been built from the ground up to take full advantage of Xbox Series X. Bigger battles, epic vistas, more complex visual effects, displayed with 10 times the processing power per pixel of Halo 5. This will be running at a flawless 60 frames per second and will allow us to bring the Halo ring to life in ways that have never been possible before. We look forward to sharing even more about Halo Infinite in the coming months, including the first look at multiplayer. And now, please enjoy a glimpse of what others in the Xbox Game Studios family have been working on.
World premiere.
Welcome everyone to the Xbox Game Showcase. Today,
we're showing games from 9 of our 15 Xbox game studios, including unveils of 5 new first-party games. What you will see today is how Xbox game studios are harnessing their passions to bring their dreams to life. We believe that how you find and play your games is as important as the device you play them on. Xbox Game Pass is the best way to discover and play, and we want you to be able to experience as many great games as possible. So Game Pass members, you can play every game you see today from your subscription or free to play. These games will look and play best on Xbox Series X, delivering unmatched fidelity, performance, precision, and immersion. And we've designed the most consistently powerful next-generation console. And we've built state-of-the-art platform technology to allow every developer to realize their full vision. One studio that has always pushed the limits of our hardware is Turn 10. And they're early in development on the next Forza Motorsport. And Xbox Series X is bringing them closer to their dream of unprecedented realism with ray tracing and native 4K resolution, all at 60 frames per second. The trailer you're about to see was captured completely in-engine.
World premiere.
Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it. It is found in the smallest moments. In every step of a perilous journey. In the symmetry of ritual. In the bonds we share. And in moments of stillness. It teaches us to look beyond the expected. To be a light in dark places. To seek answers. And to stand watch over our world. Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it.
Everwild will give to you a magical and untamed natural world for you to explore and to just truly lose yourself in. It's a place to be eternal. And Eternal has the gift to sense and feel how magic flows through nature and connects every living thing. The team here at Rare are so excited to be working on something like Everwild, and I hope you're excited too. But I just want to take this opportunity to say a massive, massive thank you to everyone who's shown their support and love, and for the incredible, awesome, positive community that's already growing around this game. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Whoa, I just got hit with a flood of memories.
Love you, Mom.
You seeing what I'm seeing?
Mom?
Allison?
Yeah. It doesn't matter that they don't believe us.
We all believed that what happened that night was self-defense. But we couldn't be sure.
It doesn't matter that they kept us apart.
Brother, sister, we look out for each other.
It doesn't matter that finding the truth feels impossible.
We're all done with fairy tales.
The only thing that matters is you're my brother. And the only way to move forward is to keep looking back.
We've been getting these visions whenever we see or hear something really emotional. Everything we thought we knew about Marianne just got thrown out the window. She loved you.
She attacked you. We both saw it.
I thought coming here would be closing a chapter of our lives.
Nothing good comes from stirring up old memories.
We don't really have a choice about that.
There's always a choice, son.
I can't do this. Stop!
Hey everyone, my name is Gennady. I'm the co-founder and director of technology at Moon Studios. Today we're very excited to tell you that we're working on a very, very special version of Ori and the Will of the Wisps, specifically for Xbox Series X. We're now at a time where we can reach levels of fidelity and frame rates previously absolutely impossible on any console. An already gorgeous game like Ori can now run at 120 Hz refresh rate in full 4K HDR in its highest quality, delivering unprecedented game feel with silky smooth animation, super crisp, sharp image, and low input latency, which is just so important for the tight and precise platforming feel of this game. We can also boost the immersion in different spaces in our world by using premium audio tech that we previously just could not simulate in real time. And with all of this crazy hardware power, we can give our players more options with how they want to play our game. We can't wait for all of you to experience this very special version of Ori coming to Xbox Series X with smart delivery later this year.
From the furthest reaches of the universe comes the biggest mystery in the galaxy.
An abandoned research facility, and now shady corporate intrigue.
Marvel of the Gorgon asteroid. A sordid stopover, full of salacious secrets. and scandalous strangers. Greetings, attractive patron. You are looking downright unlawful today. With the right kind of case,
they wanted us to develop a miracle drug.
Can put you on the wrong side of a gun. Or sword. Or this thing. Thrills. Danger. Intrigue.
A word of advice before you go, Captain? Trust no one.
What will you find on Gorgon? This unit cannot bring you any drinks in its current state.
If you're waiting for the biggest game of the year, then wait for Cyberpunk. But if you're ready for the smallest, we've got you covered. From Obsidian Entertainment, the makers of games that are nothing like this one. This summer, strive together to thrive together. Or just feed your friend to the spiders and go solo.
At Obsidian, we're dedicated to pushing narrative and role-playing games. It's something we do every day when we come to the office, and we can't wait for you to play our next great adventure, Peril on Gorgon. It's the first of 2 planned story expansion packs for the Outer Worlds that we're putting together with our friends from the Private Division. Now, it's also important that we continue to evolve how we tell stories in games, and Grounded is the perfect example of that. The team has been working for the last 2 years on how to tell an Obsidian story within a survival game. Now, what's great is that you're going to be able to play the game on July 28th on Xbox Game Preview and on Steam Early Access. We want to hear from you, and we want to continue to build Grounded together. Oh yeah, if you've been wondering, we have been working on that next big Obsidian RPG. Check this out.
World premiere.
We have always known war. It forged our empire. Turned heroes into queens and kings. And decimated our foes. Now our oaths are lost, forsaken. And you must face the monsters our sins have borne. Is an oath worth the weight of a crown?
Avowed is an expansive first-person RPG set in the fantasy world of Eora. When Obsidian Entertainment joined Xbox Game Studios, they told us that this epic game is the one they want to make. As creators of critically acclaimed RPGs, this is Obsidian at their best.
and it is being built from the ground up to take full advantage of the power of Xbox Series X. At Xbox Game Studios, we also work with independent developers, always with the goal of empowering them to bring their ideas to life. I'm excited to announce our work with Interior Night, a new studio led by some of the most talented storytellers in our industry. Let's meet Caroline Marshall, studio head of Interior Night, to debut their original game.
Bonjour, I'm Caroline from Interior Night. Our team is really passionate about interactive storytelling because when you play a story, you step into the character's shoes. You get to experience their fears, their hopes, their conflicts firsthand. And in the process, you learn more about yourself. And this is quite powerful. Our first game spans 30 years in the American Southwest. It's a story about family, resilience, and sacrifice. But most of all, it's about how you will shape the fate of real, flawed people trying to find their way in a world they don't fit in. I hope you enjoyed the trailer.
World premiere.
Fortune, smile and fade. I haven't seen you much of late. I need you now, I cannot wait. But when I look, you're not around.
We were on our way to start a new life that summer. For our family, it was just a stopover.
For mine, it was the end of the road.
On the ground, now!
The sun went down on all of us that day. Was it fate? Coincidence? No. It was a long-forgotten secret, buried in the dark.
All my life, I've been scared of the shadows. But now, I'm finally ready to step into the light. I got your letters.
Here at Ninja Theory, we're hard at work on all of our projects, including Senua Saga Hellblade 2, which we announced at the Game Awards back in December. An incredible 3.5 million players have now experienced Senua's story in Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. We're excited to start giving you an insight into what comes next for our Celtic warrior, an experience that we'll be building in Unreal Engine 5 for Xbox Series X and PC. I'm happy to reveal today that Senua's Saga will be set in the beautiful country of Iceland. And you can find out more about our location scouting and how we've discovered the history of our setting in a brand new behind-the-scenes development diary, which you can view straight after the show on the Ninja Theory YouTube channel. It's been so touching to see the impact that Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice has had on so many players, and we're incredibly thankful to all of the fans that have been part of Senua's story so far. And we're excited for you to be part of our development journey from here on out.
Do you want to say hi to Peter? He's on the line
What?
here.
Peter, he's been sitting there the whole time? Hey, who wrote the song?
Peter.
Oh, Peter. Fantastic work. Love the song.
Very much.
It's going to be fun to sing it. Now it's time to rock. So let's start rocking?
Probably been a long time since you've had a visitor. I hope you don't mind pop-ins. Where are we?
Shh. It's a quiet place.
Lost alone, neither skin nor bone. Just a thought is all I've got. Now my cover's blown. At the bottom of a lake, a frozen feeling. When my friends pulled me back up, I started healing. To this rhyme, and I can smell the universe, and I can taste the sky, and I can see each molecule through my cosmic eye. Senses are the magic keys. They fill the holes I've had, unlocking all my memories, which I never
We can't wait for you to experience the amazing games built by Xbox Game Studios, and there is just so much more for you to play on Xbox. We are partnering with thousands of creators, from the largest publishers to the smallest independent developers, to bring you the broadest variety of games ever. There is one developer in particular that is close to us, not just geographically, but in history too. I'm thrilled to announce that this fall, our friends at Bungie will bring Destiny 2 to Xbox Series X and Xbox Game Pass. If you are one of the more than 10 million Game Pass subscribers, you also get access to all current Destiny 2 expansions starting this September. For Game Pass Ultimate members, Destiny 2 will also be playable on mobile from the cloud. Later this year, Bungie will also release a new version of Destiny 2 that is optimized for Xbox Series X, 4K resolution running at 60 frames per second. Here's an all-new look at Bungie's Destiny 2 Beyond Light.
I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer. It's time to step beyond the light.
Destiny 2 that you can play any way you want thanks to Xbox Game Pass. Some of the world's most inspired developers are working on games for Xbox Series X, and we're just honored to be able to collaborate with them. Xbox Series X will empower both new and experienced creators to bring the future of games to life like never before. Unique perspectives, unexpected innovations, and fresh voices that demand to be heard and that we can't wait for you to discover. All of the games you're about to see are being built to launch exclusively on Xbox consoles. Thanks and enjoy.
World premiere. World premiere.
My Lord Inquisitor, I've reached a term of prime and begun our investigations. Our recon squad has been sent into sub-level 6 of the Hive to determine the full extent of the unrest. I'll know more when they make it back. If they make it back.
World premiere.
When you were born, something changed. My heart could not contain the miracle of this world and all that it creates. With every passing day, the winds might grow stronger and carry us away, but we will hold on to joy to light the way, to keep the reminder that love does not escape. I'm yours forever. There is no end in sight for us. Nothing could measure the kind of strength inside.
World premiere.
Approaching orbit. Scans a no-go. Sure you want to drop here?
Hell yeah. Already lacing up my boots back here.
What we got? Another good-for-nothing space rock?
Whoa. Hold on, let me check.
Find anything good?
Vex, you're not gonna believe this. Ouch! What the?
It all starts with a dead girl. A forest. The moon. Scent of pines. And then the gunshot. Every story has two sides. A regular, rational one, but also a darker and deeper truth. Not unlike a nightmare. I can see both. Worse, I can live them.
Hello? Anyone there?
What is this place?
World premiere.
Torres. I've seen your future. Global risk is scared of the weapon you will become.
Destiny chose me to save this world. And I will see it done.
Blacklist, we make our own path. We protect our own.
Can you protect me from fate?
17 seconds.
We got company.
Soon, the entire world will burn. All because of him.
The ghost is here!
Today, you saw 10 world premieres and 22 console launch exclusives. Game Pass members can play every game you have seen today from Xbox Game Studios and all of our partners in the subscription or free to play. This is just a peek at some of the new titles coming to Xbox Series X. And some of the games you already love and some you have yet to play will also be optimized for Xbox Series X. Games like Forza Horizon 4, Gears 5, and Sea of Thieves. You'll get the next-gen upgrades at no additional cost when they launch. You can expect a lineup of over 100 titles for Xbox Series X this holiday season. With Series X and Game Pass, Xbox is the place to play, and you are at the center of everything we do. Now, you may have noticed we didn't get to visit all of our Xbox Game Studios today. That means we'll have more to share later this year. But until then, here's one more thing.
World premiere.
The world is filled with stories of legendary heroes and treacherous villains, of fantastical creatures and wondrous places where nature and magic live in perfect harmony. Not all stories have happy endings. But yours has yet to be written.
What's happening, friends? Welcome back. This is Xbox Showcase. There are Unlocked live show. There's so much to cover. That was a very, very busy hour. I'm Ryan McCaffrey. I'm joined once again by Miranda Sanchez, Brandon Tyrell, and Paris Lilly. Well, let's dive in. Let's start with the game everybody knew we were going to see, the big one, the signature launch title for the fall, Halo Infinite. Paris, I want to go your way first here.
You know, I've been anticipating this literally for 5 years, and obviously since the announcement a couple years ago that Infinite was coming. So to finally see it and to finally see that, yes, Halo is going open world, you see the exploration aspects that are going to be in the game. You know, there was speculation about this grapple shot that was coming. We saw that in action. We saw the variety of gunplay that you're going to have. You're clearly seeing that they're centering this campaign story around Master Chief, and now the Banished are coming in as an enemy. I'm very excited for this. This is what I wanted to see from 343. I wanted to see them obviously pay honor to the past of Halo, but also look ahead to the future at the same time. And I think they did that with this. I'm excited.
Yeah, you mentioned that cold open trailer was made. The very clear message there was you're Master Chief and not anyone else in this video game, which is what everybody wants to see. Brandon Tyrell, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, what do you say about it? It's exactly what we needed to see. I totally agree with Paris. I think they're paying sort of homage to the original Halo and kind of bringing it back to its roots. It did really feel like a more grounded, strangely self-contained kind of story, considering now it seems open world. That map interface was awesome and looked really expansive. I imagine there's going to be an emphasis on exploration. I also really love the comic relief that they added with the pilot. It's very clear that they're trying to inject this with a bunch of personality, which is, I think, something that can kind of get lost in the heady sort of hard sci-fi of Halo. And the last thing I'll say is I love the antagonist, the sort of the war chief of the Banished. The way he was speaking directly to you, the player, as Master Chief. I think a lot of games, it's a given that the Master Chief is just going to overcome all obstacles. And the note that he struck that I really liked was, I want you to be as strong as possible because it'll make it more interesting for me later on.
Yes.
I love everything it's putting down. That grappling hook was great. All the guns had an awesome pop. A lot to like here.
Well, his name, by the way, is War Chief Escherum, and I know that because Miranda Sanchez and I had a very unique privilege the other day of getting to see all of that early and sit down with a couple of the developers from 343 afterwards, including Chris Lee, the project lead studio head who you saw in the video there. So, Miranda, we learned a lot more about Halo, you and I, this week that wasn't covered in that gameplay video. So I want to toss to you here to sort of fill in some of those gaps that answer some of the questions that maybe people have after watching that.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you guys want to read all of this, we do have four articles up that will go a little bit more in depth than I think we can here. But we really wanted to talk to them, specifically for me too, because I'm so much of like a guides person. I want to how far can we actually dig into this game? Like, what does open world mean for Halo? Like, that's... When you think about open world games that I think are really successful, they have a lot to do, right? And they're interesting. But how does that fit with Halo? Like, are we getting a bunch of side quests? Like, are there like a bunch of collectibles? Is this going in the vein of something else? And I think that they're going to find a way to make this unique to Halo. When I think about this, I keep looking back at Gears 5 and thinking about how well they did their kind of open world section. It's like still following a path, but there are different ways you can approach it, right? And so when we were talking to the developers, that's kind of the vibe that I got from this, that yes, you have, as we saw in the gameplay, you get these 3 objectives of these things that you can go tackle, and you get to choose how you go about doing that, not necessarily having to go from point A to point B to point C. And meanwhile, you might find some cool things along the way. If you see it right now, like the map, there's that upgrade tab. That was a huge thing for me. I was like, what does that mean? There's obviously no experience bar, because that would be real weird. Like, this is an RPG, like, nor do we want it to be. And so what we were explained was that the upgrades are actually going to be more of the equipment system that Chief gets. So as we saw, the grapple shot, which is the official name for it, is an upgrade that Chief will find while exploring the ring. So like, you're going to find things that kind of augment his kit in different ways that are like on a cooldown timer, and I'm not too sure if those themselves will be upgraded through things like, oh, maybe you get like a cooldown reduction or something. I don't know if that's a thing. We're not entirely sure, and they didn't really want to go into it yet. And so I'm very excited to learn more about that because I'm really curious to see how much that's going to change the pace of the game. But as far as we saw in the gameplay trailer, I am pretty pleased to see that the upgrades didn't seem like they were too weird. If anything, they're like, we just wanted to look back at some of the best moments in Halo. Like, what are the things that we really love from the original games? And they said with the whole equipment system is, from Halo 3, and that they really wanted to bring that back. So like right now we see like the little drop shield popping out. And it's really cool to see them integrate that in a unique way with the open world. And then, of course, there's collectibles that we all know and love, like the crazy skulls. Like, right. I'm very excited to see how they're going to integrate those, or terminals. They didn't directly confirm that those are in the game, but I mean, if they're not there, then they're not serving the best parts of Halo. So I'm sure they absolutely will be.
Well, before I give my take, I actually wanted to stick with you here for a second, Miranda. The big question is, like, is it open world? How open world is it? You get a sense of it from the gameplay, but we did get a little bit more clarification from 343 on that.
Yes, so it is open world. It is still a linear story, though. So like there is still they always comes back to the story. Like this is Chief's story. They're not trying to make it like super crazy open in the fact they can do anything. I mean, I guess you could like choose the story how you want. Like that's not the point here. However, they do want you to be able to go and traverse the ring in the way you want to. So as we saw on that map, and like even just like looking at this gameplay here, like there's just a lot of gaps in the ring. Like as you can see, it kind of looks like it's being built or something, and or maybe like reconstructed. And you will be able to close those gaps through as the game progresses, which is going to be very interesting. And you will be able to go back or like around anywhere after you reach a certain point in the game. At any point, you can just go back wherever you want. So if you like you miss something, you can go back. They also kind of seem to allude to like, hey, maybe you find something cool, but you can't get there because you don't have the right equipment. So maybe sort of like that Metroid style of look at that cool thing, I'll come back later for it. So there is definitely an openness to it. And I'm, again, very curious to see how that actually plays out in this, like how interesting those activities will be outside of the campaign.
So you mentioned we've got 4 stories between the two of us, 2 from you, 2 from me, that go into a ton more detail. In fact, one of the things I talked to them about was about Infinite as a platform, how we shouldn't expect to see an Infinite 2. So please, after this show, go to IGN.com, check all that out. Now, of course, I don't want to move on from Halo yet. Since you and I did get to dig in and find out some more stuff, I'm curious, Brandon and Paris, did you guys have any were you left with questions after watching that?
I think you kind of answered one of them, that it will be kind of an upgradable equipment system in the game with Chief as you're exploring through the world. Like, again, the grapple shot was an excellent example of that. So I would love to see more examples of the type of equipment that you'll find through the world. I would also like to see how discoverable is everything going to be, since it is now an open world. And I understand that the story will stay linear. Like I would equate that even to something like Destiny, where there's a story in it, but you can still go do side missions. You can do other things while you're working on the story. So that's kind of my question right now is the biggest one. When I drop into the Halo ring, can I just do whatever I want right away? Or am I kind of locked into the story elements before it opens up into the bigger world, I should say?
Brandon, how about you? You left with anything after that?
Yeah, my question is just sort of how does the open world enhance the experience? I mean, I think most people can agree Bungie and then 343 kind of really did a decent job at more than decent, I would say, at creating a through line through this story. So I'm curious how that pacing is going to be affected by the open world elements. The only other question that I had is all story stuff, and we're not going to know about it until the game's out. But Halo is a series of escalating stakes, right? Like things just keep getting more grave and more dire and worse and worse. And so the story seems very narrow in scope right now, as far as Master Chief and the Banished goes. I'm very curious where it uses that springboard to go in the story.
Well, I did ask them about story stuff, and they are being careful. They're basically, they are gonna wrap up those loose ends from Halo 5, but it sounds like they are really trying to focus on starting to tell a new story. It is going to wrap up what has been the Forerunner saga. And yeah, for me, it did a great job of evoking Halo 1, which when Miranda and I talked to Paul Crocker and Chris Lee, that was a big thing for them. That was a big goal for the team. They want to evoke that feeling of first setting foot on the Halo ring in Halo Combat Evolved. So I also think 343 rocks at weapon audio. God, the weapons all sound so good. Really, really love that. And yeah, the grapple shot, that is going to be interesting in multiplayer. That is going to be interesting to see how people deal with that and sort of make it happen and do all sorts of cool tricks in multiplayer.
Yeah, and
all right.
We did also see 5 new weapons in that, so
yes,
very cool.
And those are actually detailed. You have details on those in one of your stories, Miranda.
Yes,
so
in the open world one, along with some other things like that you can't count the animals. You can only shoot them on accident.
Yeah, they're there for show and to be scared off, but occasionally also murdered, apparently. But all right, the Xbox Game Showcase wasn't just about Halo. We did get Fable at the end, which we're going to talk all about. So we're going to take a quick break. We've got lots more to talk about. And by the way, just a reminder, stick around later for tons of live panels and interviews from Comic-Con at Home right here on IGN coming up after this show. But for now, we'll be back to talk more Xbox right after this.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
And we are back. If you're just joining us, well, you're a little late for the Xbox Game Showcase. Go watch it on IGN's YouTube later. But you're just in time for our discussion of everything that happened. We just got done talking Halo, but there was a whole lot more than that. What a great hour that was. I want to go to our other favorite games, the non-Halo division. I'm gonna just take host privilege here, and I'm gonna start on this one because I am so happy that Fable got announced. I know a lot of people, it may not have been quite the surprise last thing because a lot of people thought, well, it's probably going to open Halo and close Fable. It did, but that did not diminish the joy that I got watching that Fable teaser. It was just a teaser, nothing in engine, no gameplay, but the point of that was to establish the tone for the new Fable. It is a reboot. It's not Fable 4, which I'm personally happy to see as a longtime Fable fan. And the thing about Fable that's part of its magic for me is that it's it's just got that Fable charm to it. There's that sense of humor, that sense of whimsy and wonder, that kind of medieval fantasy vibe, right down to the art style. And for me, we don't know what the game looks like yet from an engine graphics perspective. I expect it's going to be built off of Forza Horizon's open world, 4-season weather technology, which could be really, really interesting if that's the case. But the tone of it, there was the comedic moment with the frog swallowing the little fairy, and then just that look of that establishing that fantasy tone. So Fable for me, so stoked about that. And also, I would say, actually, I'm going to throw it to Brandon Tyrell because I know he's a big Obsidian fan, big RPG fan. I know what you're going to say, Brandon Tyrell.
Yes. Tell me why. No, Avowed, I think, is my it's something that I came away thinking, oh, that one got me. That stole the show for me. Look, Obsidian has an incredible pedigree. These guys know how to make a RPG. They definitely, have proven that they're capable of developing multiple games simultaneously. So I'm not at all worried about the development of this alongside Grounded and The Outer Wilds. This thing just it checked all my boxes, right? You've got the fantasy element. It looks very medieval or sort of that high fantasy vibe. It's got the dark crevices in the world, the unexplored places to go to. And it's got, that element of fantasy and magic and supernatural. We saw the skeleton mixed with sort of, like I said, that medieval combat style. The first person stuff is interesting to me. I've always had a love-hate relationship with first-person Melee, but I think, with Skyrim, we proved it's possible, and I'm really looking forward to the elevation of that. I can't wait for this. I'm so stoked for Avowed.
Yeah, I'm with you. That one, we kind of were. We knew Obsidian would be there, but we weren't sure if it would just be Grounded or if it would be the new project. Now, this is presumably, Brandon, from the Pillars of Eternity team. Because then you had the Outer Wilds team, which we saw DLC for, and the Grounded team. So this is the Pillars team, which it just looks great. Definitely some Skyrim vibes there. Right. Paris had said while we were all watching together, some Doctor Strange vibes on that with some of the way the spell casting and sort of etherealness of it. But Paris, how about you? What jumped out for you outside of Halo?
So I said it in the pre-show, and it actually holds up coming out of this, is Everwild. We actually got to see more of it. And while, again, like you were saying, while we're watching, I just had that Studio Ghibli Miyazaki feel to it. It looked gorgeous. I want to know more about this game. And that's what you want to get out of an early reveal, is get you excited to want to know more about it. So definitely looking forward to more of that. Psychonauts 2. Obviously, it's something we've talked about. Nice to see Jack Black, and it looks gorgeous. It looks great. It looks like a lot of fun. It looks like something straight out of the mind of Tim Schafer. So I'm excited for that. But the other game I have to mention here is Forza. And it's not so much that we saw Forza and what it is. It's the fact that it's not coming at launch, and it seems like it's not coming anytime soon. That excites me more than anything, because it shows me that Turn 10 is taking their time and literally making the best Forza game they possibly can. They're not just trying to check a box and make sure that it's available at launch like we all thought. They're like, we're going to take our time. We're going to do this right. And they're going to make an amazing racing game.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm glad you hit on that, because there are such interesting ramifications just past the Forza announcement itself. It's a reboot. They're just starting over. So does that mean, I wonder if, like Halo Infinite, will Forza Motorsport just be a platform moving forward, and we won't get another Motorsport 2, a Motorsport 3? But I'm a big fan. I mean, I love Motorsport, but for me, don't tell Turn 10, but Playground, I think Forza Horizon is even better than Forza Motorsport is. So is this going to affect the future of Horizon? What is Horizon going to do? Is it going to reboot, or is it going to continue on? Those games are a little more, I guess, self-contained, because they each take place in a semi-fictional city. So I'm now left wondering what is going to happen with Horizon. But Miranda, let me go your way next.
Yeah, I guess one of the ones that I was pretty surprised by at the very early part of the show was State of Decay 3. It was just another little cinematic tease. We got a lot of those in this showcase, which is fine. I was not expecting that to be State of Decay 3 because it doesn't open like that sort of like, here comes a zombie horde masses and like it's all spooky. It's like, no, it's all very survival based, which State of Decay is, but like even more so compounding on, look at this crafting, look at this like one woman just surviving in the wild and, you know, literally yelling back at like something that is stalking her. And I think it was like a really cool tease for like what this game could evolve to be. I think it's always been such a fun game of like you recruiting everybody, then taking on the zombies and just kind of like building up your base and like taking over the little town. It's really cool clearing that out. But this feels like it's a lot more expansive. Obviously, we get the snow, so that's pretty cool. So like maybe some more like weather implemented into it. And then also, of course, at the very end of this, like you're seeing the animal aspect of it. It's like, oh, we're gonna get zombie animals now? Hot damn, it's gonna be a lot. So like beyond just like the zombie enemies that we had before. So that was like a really nice thing to kick off the show and be like, hey, this is coming too. And I didn't think it was gonna be like that for a while. So that was a nice surprise. Like everybody else, Avowed was like a big standout for me. I never really connected with Skyrim. I am a Fallout person through and through. I love Fallout so much. And then when I went to Skyrim, I was just like, but why am I not playing Fallout? Because like, I guess like, because mechanically they're pretty similar, even though like the setting's so different. And so then when we did see Avowed, like that was a little bit more of like what I wanted to see from Skyrim, I guess. Even though we didn't really get a whole look at it, it's just like the tone of it, like just the way that everything was set up. It looked really cool. So I am super interested. And I know obviously Obsidian makes excellent RPGs. So I am super stoked for that. And then, of course, also Psychonauts 2, because I love hearing about that, though I am bummed we didn't get a release date. But I am super excited to see more of what that is going to be like, just a little bit more teasing for different levels. And then, of course, Fable as well, because I love skulls. And then you had a fairy. I was like, wow, this is my aesthetic. And then she gets eaten. And you're like, wow, even better.
Yeah, that Psychonauts 2 trailer, I mean, I was looking forward to that game, but that was a great trailer. That was a just absolutely phenomenal trailer. Although, fun fact, that might be the only game in the entire show that's coming to PlayStation 4. At least it had been scheduled for PS4. I don't know if that's changed since Microsoft acquired the studio, but in any case, it looks great. And then on State of Decay 3, yeah, with you guys. Now, interestingly, Brandon, you and I are big State of Decay fans. Miranda too, but the Class 4 was the original idea for the sequel to State of Decay way back when Undead Labs first drew it up. And the idea for that is it would be an MMORPG, like just a ton of players. And that trailer tonally was the opposite of an MMORPG. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, what sort of game State of Decay 3 is going to be. All right, we got to take another quick break, but there is lots more still to come, not just Xbox talk, but again, a full day of Comic-Con at home coverage. So don't move. We'll be right back.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa!
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on youtube.com/IGN and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back once again to IGN's Unlocked post-show for the Xbox Game Showcase. The big event has come and gone. We are all very, very happy about it. In fact, really, when you kind of go back, we've been piecing through everything we just saw. And guys, we have, I think, a pretty good idea of what the launch lineup for the Series X is now. There are no doubt going to be some things added from here on out. But I want to just run you through the list, and then I want to get your reactions. So Halo Infinite, of course, the big one. That's the first launch title we ever knew of. And then the medium, Scorn, I know from Miranda's favorite genre, spooky, scary. Tetris Effect Connected, that was one of the new announcements today. It's Tetris Effect is on other platforms, but this version is new and exclusive to Xbox, and it is and by the way, I'm saying they're all holiday 2020 titles. Let's just go ahead and call them launch titles because they pretty well are. And then Gears Tactics will be coming to Series X. It's been out on PC since the end of April, but it will be a new game for console players. Miranda and I have both played a bunch of that. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, we know about that one. Watch Dogs Legion, the Ubisoft 1-2 combo there. Dirt 5, because as Paris was mentioning, no Forza Motorsport at launch. They are early on in development. And so Dirt 5 will be your hopefully super pretty racing game. We know that one's supporting 120 frames per second. And then on the sports front, you've got next-gen versions of NBA 2K21 and Madden NFL 21. And then Outriders from Square, they had said holiday as well. And then Observer System Redux and The Ascent, which we saw back at the May event. That's a sort of Judge Dredd meets Diablo action RPG. And then plus, that doesn't even include the updates that Matt Booty was talking about at the end of the show, the Series X optimizations to some of the older stuff like Forza Horizon 4 and Gears 5. So, Miranda, how are you feeling about this launch lineup this holiday?
You know, I actually really like the variety that we have here. We have like a lot of good things in between our Halo, because I know all of us are just gonna prioritize Halo first. So we're gonna play Halo. They can bounce between Tetris Effect to play for some multiplayer stuff, and then if for everyone who didn't get to play Gears Tactics yet, that's a great thing. Scoring a medium. No thanks. Big pass. Gonna just say, oh, wow, those exist. Not for me. I also like Yakuza Like a Dragon's gonna be on there as well. I'm very, very excited for that.
Oh, yes, thank you. I left that off.
Yeah, that's one that I'm super excited for because it's just so tonally different. Like those games are so funny and just so varied in their gameplay. And I think that's gonna be an excellent one as well. And of course, then you have the big open worlds like Assassin's Creed Valhalla and then Watch Dogs Legion. So you're gonna have I mean, like, there's a lot there, and that's just so much to, I guess, like, ingest. And I'm very excited for this. And, of course, so much Game Pass.
Yeah, and Phil Spencer did an interview on our show, on Podcast Unlocked, pretty early on in the pandemic, the work from home. And he kind of alluded to that, to the launch lineup in the interview when I was asking him about, well, how many first-party games are you going to have? And he really kind of saying without saying implied there wouldn't be many because they want to have more of a steady flow of those first party games since all those go into Game Pass. And that's reflected here. This is, it's mostly third party stuff with Halo as your heavy hitter. Brandon, Tyrell, how do you feel about this launch lineup as we have sketched it out here?
I mean, I like the point you just brought up. It's you don't want to throw everything that you have, especially if it's not ready, right? I think Paris brought up a really good point with Forza in particular, which is, leave it in the oven for as long as it takes before you pull it out. Having said that, I think the launch lineup is fairly strong. I really want to echo what Miranda said as well. The diversity on display right now is great. You've got open world RPGs, you've got shooters, you've got spoopy games, you've got Scorn, whatever that is, and Tetris. I mean,
Body horror.
Body horror. The Giger lineup. You've literally got a game for just kind of every person, every type of person, every player. So that's great, right off the bat. But I think the one thing we didn't see outside of everything you've seen today is coming to Game Pass is the sort of elements that are going to be upgraded and evolved over time with the service. So keeping in mind, these are just the games that will be available at the launch, plus whatever else is on Game Pass as well. It's hard for me to think of a launch with more options to play in the past. So I think they're in a really, really strong spot as far as giving you reasons and offering things for you to play immediately as soon as you buy the console.
Vegas odds were very high that Miranda would be the first person to have a pet interrupt the broadcast. But no, it was not Miranda's cat this time. Paris Lily, how about you? We got a couple minutes left in this segment. How do you feel about the launch lineup here?
Well, my dog is very excited about the launch lineup, literally. But no, I think it's very solid. I think, like Miranda alluded to earlier, it's very diverse. There's something there for everyone. I did see one omission of the launch lineup that kind of surprised me. Flight Simulator. It's not there.
Yeah, good point.
I mean, because we know it's coming out on a PC in August, but I just naturally assumed, kind of like Gears Tactics, they'd have it ready at the launch for the Series X. Right. But overall, it's good. Like you said, Ryan, Halo is the flagship. That's the heavy hitter. That's what's going to bring everyone to the Xbox at launch, for the Series X to be able to play. So overall, it's good, though. If you go back through the history of launch lineups, this is a pretty solid one. I think they did a good job.
And a lot of this, everything in the stream, of course, is coming to Game Pass day one, which we're going to talk about towards the end of the show here. But even a good number of these launch titles are Game Pass. So it's like they're really driving home the value of that subscription, which is pretty impressive. I mean, I will say, as far as the older stuff, I do want to dive back into Forza Horizon 4 at 4K 60 frames, because Horizon had always been 30 on this Xbox One generation, whereas Motorsport would prioritize and go 60. But it never stopped me from enjoying Forza Horizon. But my goodness, I cannot wait to see that thing running on that 4K TV behind me at 60 frames. So that's going to be super cool. All right, it is time for another quick break, but we'll be right back to keep the Xbox Games talk going. And later on, again, right after this broadcast, we're going to go straight into Comic-Con at home. IGN is your exclusive home for that. So stay tuned. We've got a whole lot more fun left to come right here on IGN.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports. Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest, because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa!
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back. The Unlocked Live post-show for the Xbox Game Showcase continues. It's kind of an award show. It's a big pomp and circumstance for Xbox. So I thought it'd be fun to go around the room here and do a best in show for the multiple, couple dozen games we just saw. Great stuff here. I will go to Brandon Tyrell's way first. Brandon, your
right
favorite of the show here.
So I guess as an honorable mention, I have to say Halo, right? I mean that was that was gorgeous. I'm really excited for that series. I've already spoken at length about Avowed, how excited I am for that. But those didn't win the show for me. The best in show for me was Xbox Game Pass. I mean, this is a service where literally everything that we just watch, you're going to be able to play with a subscription. Like, that is crazy to me. I know it kind of feels like I'm sick of hearing myself talk about it right now, but it really is just an incredible service. And I'm still confused how they make money. I don't know how they do it, but really committing to that as a next gen service for players to be able to just play everything that they're showing off. It kind of still blows my mind. I don't know. We'll see how the service evolves over time, but that element stole the show for me.
Paris, how about you, my friend?
So honorable mention, I have two. As Dusk Falls. I really love that style, just the genre that's going towards it. Again, I keep saying beautiful, but just a beautiful game. And then Stalker 2. That looks fun. That looks like a lot of fun to me. So definitely on my radar. But when I talk about actual games of the show, like you just said, Game Pass, because we're the ones that win because of Game Pass. We have access to all these games that we got to see today, which is amazing. Then, of course, you're going to put Halo in there. And then I got to say Avowed. I mean, Avowed, that is just right up my alley. Obsidian has been one of my favorite development studios ever. Fallout New Vegas is just one of my favorite games. The Outer Worlds was amazing. So the fact that they're making this Skyrim-esque, RPG, sign me up. I'm in. Absolutely. I love what I got to see today.
And you mentioned As Dusk Falls. I wanted to just pull up, I have just on this other screen, a description here, just for a little extra context for people of why Paris is excited about this game. As Dusk Falls is an original interactive drama from Interior Night, a new studio comprised of a mix of award-winning industry veterans and new emerging talent. Headed by Caroline Marshall, former lead game designer at Quantic Dream. The studio is focused on creating ambitious and innovative interactive narratives. And I'll tell you guys, some of my favorite PlayStation games have been the Quantic Dream games. They haven't always hit. I mean, Beyond Two Souls was a bit of a miss for me, but I really liked Detroit Become Human. They've done some really risky storytelling, stuff we don't often see in games. So if Caroline's going to bring that kind of flavor to Xbox, I think that's a really just welcome, awesome thing. Miranda, let me go your way next. Best in show. What do you say?
All right, going to start with my honorable mentions first. Surprising for me was the Crossfire X campaign. Obviously, Remedy is doing that, and I love what they do. So I was actually pretty surprised to see how drawn in I was to that. I didn't really care about that game too much before, and now I'm like, oh, you have my interest. I want to see what this is. I always like seeing first-person shooter campaigns and seeing how they can push boundaries with storytelling, because I feel like some of them get kind of rinse and repeat or a little generic. There's only so much you can do whenever you're doing a first-person shooter, and I think finding more innovative ways to have cool stories is really what I want to see. And so I think we're getting a lot more of those recently, and this could be part of that group, and I'm excited to see more about it. So that was one of my honorable mentions. The other one is Everwild. Still not super sure what that game is, but it sure is pretty, and I do like animals. So I do love that, like the idea. It's like you're working together to maybe like better your environment and just have a good thing. And Paris, as you mentioned earlier, that Studio Ghibli feel, I feel like environmentalism is such a big thing for Ghibli, and like they just want to make sure that, you know, it's like we have to protect this environment, we have to protect this world. Like it's really important. Like there's so much beauty in nature that we can shine on, and that's what this game is. It's like, let's look at how we coexist here, and like look at these beautiful animals, and they're so imaginative, and I just love that whole aspect of it, and like that adventure skew to it too seems really neat. So very much looking forward to seeing more of that. And then as for my best in show, I think Games Pass is a great answer, but for me, it has to be Halo. Like, I think I'm just so excited, you guys. I really love how the pilot just humanizes the Chief a little bit. Like, kind of is like a good contrast of like, don't tell me to do, guy. Like, are you even listening to me? Like, the Chief is, as we know him, is like, you know, this like soldier who's just kind of like out of touch with a lot of things. Like his only real companion for so long was Cortana, and like, you know, she's got some stuff going on right now. So like seeing him get a new partner in crime essentially is really cool. And I'm really excited to see what their dynamic is. And I think that story part's going to be really neat. And all we know of him right now is the pilot. Something that we also went into like our story bit, Ryan, that you reported on, was that the pilot's name is actually pretty important, and we don't know what it is. Or I guess like, or somehow of like him exposing his name is important to the story somehow. So they just wouldn't tell us what he's named. So I think that's like really interesting to see how they're framing that already. And I don't know. I obviously love Halo, so I have to give that a best in show. And I of course wish we could have seen more of the gameplay, but I'm really happy we got what we did.
Yeah, I'll say, I'll be totally honest. Like, Grounded is a game that I have had very little excitement for up to date. I mean, it's not. I'll just be honest. It's not what I'm looking for from Obsidian. But I have to say, it's the way that they really leaned into the kind of almost self-deprecating, like, hey, we know this isn't a big RPG, which they were able to do since they did show off a big RPG elsewhere in the conference right afterwards, in fact. So I think Grounded, I'll tell you, if they're able to work a cool narrative into that game, it's slowly starting to win me over. So that I thought was pretty cool. And then I want to mention Stalker 2, which is a game that if you've played it on PC, it's one of the more revered first-person shooters that in somewhat recent years on PC. And Stalker 2's been quietly in development for a while, so I'm really eager to see this one because I am a sucker for narrative-focused, immersive first-person shooters, and this could totally fit the bill. But as far as my best in show, I'm not going to stray too far from the group here. I do 100% agree that the answer is Xbox Game Pass. I mean, I arguably, you could say Microsoft, up until today, hadn't done a good enough job of just beating people over the head with how great this service is and how much you get with it for the asking price each month. But I think today's showcase sort of, it served complementary achievements and goals, and that the rub against Xbox has been, well, there aren't enough games. Well, guess what? They just showed a ton of games, diverse games, interesting games, new IPs, revivals of old stuff, and everything that first party does goes into Game Pass. And then they even showed off some of the great third party stuff that are console launch exclusives that are going into Game Pass too. So it really is like, I guess if you added up the suggested retail prices of everything you just saw in that hour-long showcase, turns out you only have to pay like $10 per month. And I mean, I don't know how many months it would take you to play all 20 something of those games, but that was really a big coup for Microsoft. But I'm going to go with Miranda for my proper game pick, and Halo Infinite is the MVP. It's the real MVP for me. Miranda, when you and I saw it early the other day, I was so happy that there wasn't a camera on me as I was watching it
too.
because I was giddy watching that trailer, stepping off the crash ship for the first time onto the Halo ring, doing that Halo 1 style look around, and just some of the cool environmental things. By the way, we learned there is a day-night cycle on the ring, which you get a little sense of. They kind of, I don't want to say faked it, but they kind of baked it in there. You see it here from towards the end of the trailer when the sun's going down. But I cannot wait to be on this Halo ring. The new weapons look great. That Riot shotgun looked super cool. The pistol sounds just beefier than ever. And is it going to be more of a Halo 1 death shot, three shot death machine pistol? I don't know, but yeah, Halo Infinite. We don't know what we won't know. Paris raised great concerns about the story. Like, is the story gonna be there and really pull you through? And will it be a great Halo story? So that remains to be seen. And certainly we haven't played it. We don't know how it feels on the new Slipspace engine yet. But I think this was a great first step for that Halo Infinite needed. I think it sets the right tone. It's got me feeling really good about it so far. And so it won't be too much longer. I mean, this game is out in 4 or 5 months, depending on when the console launch date is. So bring on Halo Infinite. All right, we have got about 15 minutes left. We're going to take another quick break here, but there is more to come. And be sure to, again, stick around later because Comic-Con at Home is going to move your interests from your video game interests over to basically the rest of pop culture. We've got that covered for you on Comic-Con at Home. But stay tuned for a little bit more Xbox talk right after this.
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on youtube.com/IGN and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
It's a pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to
Also,
IGN
no Battletoads.
No, no banjo.
We are back, and we just talked through there's a show going on in the commercial break that you guys don't get to hear, but that's all right. We've got one last segment, plenty more to talk about, because that was a busy, awesome, jam-packed show. So we did our picks for best in show, but just overall here, we talked in the pre-show about this being the most important Xbox event possibly ever. So I want to go around the table again and just get everybody's thoughts on the event overall. How did you feel about this? I'll start with Miranda Sanchez.
Yes, so as we've said multiple times so far, I've loved the variety of games. I think I also really liked how they framed this as hey, we're checking in with a lot of our studios today. Like, here's what's happening. Here are these studios that have maybe already announced something. We're just kind of giving you a small update. And that was the case with Ninja Theory. They're like, hey, we're still working on Hellblade, and we're going to do a developer log, and just kind of giving you a little update on that. Well, I think that was good for a lot of us fans who are kind of into the Xbox ecosystem and know which studios they have. I don't know if that was necessarily the most fitting spot. Like, it kind of helped make a little bit of a lull in the excitement, I think, because we already know about Hellblade, but they didn't show anything new, so it was a little bit weird. But overall, I did like the studio checking. Like, this is like you look at Obsidian, and they have like all these different kinds of games coming out. Like, hey, we're going grounded, but also we have this really cool new RPG that we want to show you. And I think that was like a really neat little touch that they had there.
Yeah, Obsidian showed 3 games.
Yeah, they showed their DLC, they showed Grounded, and they showed
back to back.
Yeah.
About,
yes. I always want to call it a vast, but I'm like, no, this is not Sea of Thieves.
We just met. It'll take time.
Yeah, we're like, wait, you told me your name like 3 times, but I need to tell you one more time, please. That's the kind of person I am. But I think it was like a genuinely really good showcase, especially because this was all wrapped in that very nice, as we've said again, that Game Pass wrapper. That this context is like, if you're a Game Pass subscriber, you're getting all of these games, and it's like, how is it? I can't not be excited for that. Like, I didn't ever want to buy Tetris Effect, but now I'm like, man, I could just download and play with my friends. That's like as easy as that, and that's really exciting for me. And then I do, of course, love how they started it with Halo and ended it with Fable.
Yes. Paris, your thoughts on this showcase overall?
So I'm kind of 2 minds of this. First of all, it was a very solid show. I like the diversity of games that we saw. We've obviously talked a lot about Game Pass being the star of this, which, honorable mention, I forgot to say earlier, Bungie bringing Destiny 2 to Game Pass with all the expansions is huge. That's huge for anyone that's a fan of Destiny. It just gives you another platform to be able to play that game on if you're already on PC or whatever, like me. But going back to the point, I don't know, like we talked about this being the most important show, the most important event in Xbox history. I don't feel like it hit that mark. I feel like it was just a solid show. I don't think this did enough for anyone that was potentially on the fence or was completely against hopping into the Xbox ecosystem. I don't know if this did enough to convince them just yet.
I totally agree, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I think
they need to do a little more. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, sorry. I know it's like hard to talk a little bit more organically on this kind of setup, but I just wanted to say that I totally agree with those thoughts. That solid showcase, but as you're saying.
Yeah, I think the best way to sum it up is if I was already invested into the Xbox ecosystem, if I was already a Game Pass subscriber, I'm cheering. I'm super excited about this. If I was sitting outside the ecosystem, did I see enough games to make me want to invest $10 a month, $15 a month into Game Pass? Did what they showed of Halo, was that enough to make me say, all right, I want to jump back into Halo? There's definitely more to the story that needs to be told. And maybe the rumors of an August event finishes that story for them to give us the complete tale of the launch. But this almost feels like a part 1 of a multi-part story that they need to finish to tell.
How about you, Brandon? How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, what is there left to say? Everybody sort of touched on all the notes. First of all, as a show itself, as a showcase, I thought the pacing was fantastic. Right? They kept the speed moving, announcement after announcement. There weren't a lot of moments where you were sitting there waiting for the next thing to come up. Having said all that, there were a couple of boxes that you needed to check. You need to show them what they're going to get on launch with the console, and then you need to show them why they need to stick around for the future. I think they accomplished both of those to degrees, but I completely agree with Paris. I was waiting for that sort of show-stopping moment where you see something and you're like, well, that's it. I have to buy an Xbox now. I have to buy it. You could make that case a little bit for Halo. You could make that case a little bit for Fable. But those are sort of known quantities. I mean, yes, Fable was a reveal, but it was kind of the worst kept secret. So, I think what Paris and Miranda both said is really strong. It's if you are already in the system, this was even more evidence and more proof that you're in the right place and that you're going to get what you want. and you're going to get all this new stuff. If you're not in the system, I'm not sure that this was the show that convinces you to abandon competitors and join this family, or B, I think best case B, this gave you a solid example of why this needs to be part of your gaming portfolio, part of that arsenal that you use to play video games. But I don't think this was the plant the flag in the ground and say, this is now the ecosystem that you need to be involved with. I don't think that, I think there's still time to get there. That rumored August event where they'll discuss the consoles a little bit more. I think we are going to have an opportunity to really have a fantastic showing for this and for this ecosystem. And while I did love this showcase, I think it could have been a little stronger. But like I said, the star of the show was absolutely Game Pass for me. And the fact that, that's the service that they want you to be a part of, it really shows where their priority is.
Yeah, I think you're right about, I think Avowed and Fable were probably the two, even though Fable was very expected and Avowed wasn't, were probably the two closest things to that holy cow kind of moment. Yeah. But, they're both seemingly early in development, so they were both more or less CGI teasers and not proper gameplay reveals. But I will say for my part, for having been a guy that wrote an editorial on IGN about how this is the most important event that they've ever had, and they need to answer back to Sony. I think they did do a really good job of answering back. Sony had a great showcase in June. I think this was a great start to finish showcase. I do think this was the best event that Xbox has put on in a long, long time. Mm-hmm. Their E3 press conferences, for me, tend to be very good, but never quite like, wow, you are talking about it the next day with your friends. This came, I think, much closer to that with Fable, with Avowed, and the Game Pass narrative that we've been talking about all hour long. So, yeah, I do salute Microsoft. I think my big takeaway from this, or my big opinion, is they needed this. It wasn't bogged down with too much filler, as you were saying, Brandon. They kept it moving. There were a ton of games from a lot of different studios, a lot of game diversity, and everything going into Game Pass. It's like, how do you? It's definitely, you want to look at Xbox as, wow, I will get, if I get this into this ecosystem, either on my PC or on a Series X, I will get a lot of value for the money I'm going to pay on that. So I feel really good for Microsoft. Now, coming up, which you guys alluded to, we're expecting an event in August. The rumor is that we will get the Xbox Project Lockhart, which is the lower priced but lower specification console, announced and revealed at that event, with presumably a price, and then we think that's when we'll probably get the launch date for everything as well. So a lot of those pieces should fall into place next month. Whether or not we get a part 2 games-wise there remains to be seen, because there are a number of studios that we hear from today, which Microsoft was clear at the top. The Initiative, so the Perfect Dark mystery stays going for a while longer. We don't know if the Initiative game is the new IP or if it's going to be that Perfect Dark reimagining. We didn't see anything from Compulsion, makers of We Happy Few, another new Xbox studio. Certainly the Coalition, we assume that they're hard at work on Gears 6. We did not see that here as well. And then In Exile, Microsoft's other RPG studio. Obsidian clearly got their moment in the sun today, and well-deserved. But In Exile, headed by Brian Fargo, just industry legend in the RPG space, they're finishing up Wasteland 3, which is out at the end of August. But we do know that their next project is going to be an Unreal Engine 5 role-playing game, and that they are staffing up big time to work on that. So there's still a lot of cards left for Microsoft to play, which will further help tell their story. But I was very impressed with today, and it sounds like everybody pretty well was. And yeah, good job, Microsoft. It was fun to watch, fun to cover. I want to say thank you to Miranda Sanchez, Brandon Tyrell, and especially Paris Lilly for joining us from Gamertag Radio. Before I go, Paris, where can we follow you at?
You can follow me on Twitter at Vicious696. And as you alluded to, I'm a part of Gamertag Radio. So your favorite RSS feed, you can find us as a podcast. I also have my own YouTube channel as well. Just search my name, Paris, on YouTube. You'll find me there. And I have to say, Destin's not here. I'm his replacement. So bam.
There it is. Nicely done. Brandon Tyrell, where can we find you, my friend?
You can find me on Twitter at Brandon Tyrell and at a lovely little site called IGN.com. Go check out all the good work we do there.
Speaking of which, Miranda Sanchez, you've got the aforementioned exclusive Halo content up there right now.
Yes, absolutely. You can find me on IGN.com. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, and pretty much everywhere else at HavocGross, and that's Havoc with a K. And please, for sure, check out the Halo interviews that we did. I think that they're really cool and give some nice insight into these games, or into Halo, that we didn't get to talk too much about.
Fantastic. You can find me on Twitter at DMC_Ryan, and I've got a couple of those Halo Infinite pieces up alongside Miranda's today. Spend some time on IGN today. There is a lot of wrap-up to cover from this Xbox game showcase, but Comic-Con at Home is coming up. So that's going to do it for us on this special episode of Podcast Unlocked, the Xbox post-show here. But we've got, again, tons more happening all day and through the weekend with Comic-Con at Home. IGN is streaming dozens of hours of content, including all of the best panels every day. So be sure to check that out. You're seeing a little bit of that schedule on your screen now. Today, we've got panels for Amazon's Utopia, The New Mutants, Amazon's The Boys, and so much more. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Ryan McCaffrey. This was Podcast Unlocked, covering the Xbox Game Showcase. Tune in to Unlocked every Tuesday on IGN or your favorite podcast platform. We'll see you next time.
Bam!
Unlocked Live is presented by CBS All Access. Stream the new series Star Trek Lower Decks starting August 6th. Visit cbs.com/Lower Decks to try 1 week free. And presented by the Army National Guard. To find out more about how the National Guard is delivering food, building hospitals, and working in our communities during the COVID pandemic, visit nationalguard.com/esports.
This year, Comic-Con at Home is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok.
I love this show!
Celebrity interviews, epic trailers, cosplay, collectibles, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in entertainment can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN's TikTok for today's Comic-Con at Home challenge.
Whoa! News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Everybody loves watching a speed run of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.